toys are blank copies. Half-assed Bondax, raring to be part of it all. I'm fucking over it. Toys are blank copies. Half-assed Bondax, raring to be part of it all. Like a boy band, your toys are blank copies. Half-assed Bondax, raring to be part of it all. I'm fucking over it. Toys are blank copies. Half-assed Bondax, raring to be part of it all.
Break your neck, you low, gutless, weak mice.
Okay, alright, okay. That's enough of that. That's enough of that, guys. That's enough of that. Welcome in. We have 24 seconds left. I'm trying to cancel out my drugs. Oh, there we go. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. You'll see we have a nice new lovely background today. It is the courtesy of Hella Hellbent on Twitter, otherwise known as Hellbent in many communities. To my knowledge, I don't know if she takes direct commissions, but be nice to her anywhere you see her. I think she's still working on getting an animated version, but right now this is honestly amazing. I've made it kind of filtered so it already matches my blue theme, but yeah, go check her out. Anyways, today I have to go make sure I can still call in. We're going to be calling into Emery. Apparently he was going over some trans VTuber tent. I've been checking in on his stream multiple times today, and every time I check on it, he's still on the same stupid fucking VTuber conversation, and it got a little bit spicy before I started stream, so we're going to see where we're at. I'm going to call in, and yeah, we'll get it all set up. So welcome in. And I'll let him know that I'm in the waiting room. Oops, wrong account. So he's gonna have to share this when I get into the Discord, and then we'll have everything set up. But yeah, welcome in. It's late night stream. We have some Blaire White content afterwards that we're gonna go over. Basically our usual ops. I also have a channel that I found today. I want to go through a couple videos. Maybe
on your alt. I caught you on your alt.
I know you did. I mean, it's not. I'm very, very open with it, so it wasn't like it was a secret. But yeah. Hello. Let me get everything set up. If you want to share the screen, I can share it on my stream too. I haven't caught the
Share the
last 5
screen.
minutes, but has anything crazy happened?
Um, Not super duper insane. I was just talking about how it feels like to exist as a minority, black, Mexican, any eh, trans, gay, like any way, shape, or form. It feels like you have to do a whole lot of legwork to be able to, justify your own existence
Mhm.
and educate people on why you should be treated like a human being. And I was just saying that must feel like the most exhausting fucking thing in the world.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, yeah,
for
pretty
me, it's
much.
like for me, it's like I don't have to deal with it. Well, technically, yeah, I'm bi, so I would have to work with that. But for the most
Yeah.
part, it's like I don't have to deal with that.
Well, it's good that
Um,
you recognize that. I'd say a lot of people don't really like they just kind of base their experiences when they don't have a lot of like even a white woman or you're not necessarily held back by certain factors, but when you are, you understand it in a certain way that other people that it's just it's all been a normal race for them. They don't really understand. Yeah. I'm setting up your avatar real quick, then I'll be here more. Why is it not showing?
you have the what's his name? I forget his name. The guy that I debated with, his avatar is PFP on my screen as
Oh
your
yeah.
PFP at the moment. I don't know why.
Oh
I
no,
thought,
it's probably because I'm switching to the okay. They changed like the reactive thing.
yeah.
So set active. Okay, now I'm my model. And then your
All right. I see.
model. Where's it
By the
showing?
way, correct me. Wait, I feel like I read something and I was like, I'm not sure if this is true or not. Hold on. Let me, from your own words, could you elaborate if you are trans or not? I feel like I read something where I got the idea that you might be, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Can
So
you
I'm what
clarify?
people would call like a desister or a detransitioner. I didn't medically transition at all. Like I never took hormones. I was in my early 20s when I like socially transitioned for over like a year and a half. I still have pretty uh explicit like gender dysphoria, I would say, so I still consider myself kind of trans. Like
Okay.
I'm not one of those people that I think that I was like pressured by society. I understand. I feel like if society worked different, there would probably be less people that felt the need to like undergo medical treatment to alleviate their gender dysphoria. But I don't think that that like invalidates anybody who feels that they need to do that because they still exist in a
Okay.
society where, gender is valid. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. I wasn't
Yeah, yeah.
completely 100% sure. All right.
Am I? Oh, it's my normal Discord avatar. It's not even my worm. Yeah, I need to update Fuji.
It's really slow right now in chat, so there's not really there might somebody well, it's not slow, it's just not a lot of people. Webmaster's
Mm-hmm.
pretty active for the most part. I don't know if they're in here right now. Uh Let me grab something. I'm gonna grab a soda and some chips real quick, and I'll be back in like
Yeah,
2 seconds.
I think
Maybe
mine
a
should be
minute back.
fixed pretty soon too. You update your Fuji. I'm trying to figure out when your active model. I'm in Discord. Maybe if I close this and reopen it. Hello. I'm gonna try to delete this one. Is there a source visible? Hey, I wonder why it's not showing as bird. Oh, I'm gonna reconnect them. Maybe it's the waiting room. Maybe that's why it didn't work. Oh, I think that might be it. I'm gonna ask him because I know that Fuji has a problem with updating in certain. Man, I'm not even talking on his live anymore.
Oh wait,
Hey,
can't hear you right now. Wait,
can you hear me now?
yeah, I can.
Do me a favor, actually. Do you want to join? I think you might have permissions. I had to set permissions specifically in my Discord to have the Fuji avatar set up for other people for some reason. Do you want to try in my Discord real quick and see if it works? I think you're in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, cool.
Oh wait,
Meet you back there.
I can't hear you
Hey,
right now. Wait.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. They saw the worm.
Do me a favor, actually. Do you want to join? I think you might have permissions.
it's,
I had
like,
to set permissions
delayed.
specifically in my Discord to have the Fuji
I'm hearing my
avatar
own
set up
thing.
for other people.
Mhm.
I'm retarded. I'm like, why am I hearing myself? Oh god. All right. That might be. Why is it working for his then? Why wasn't it working for mine? I'm gonna join my live. Join my live. But you have to join mine too, Emery. I wonder if he knows that. This is such a hassle. Oh, yeah, there it is. No, that was in mine. Okay. Yeah. What? All right, now you're in here. For some reason, it works. It works in mine. It doesn't work in yours. Like I couldn't see. You can see. I think it's like the normal API for Fuji. You can see my worm, but I couldn't like have the custom source for your bird unless you were in here. I'm sorry about that. All right. You can share your screen and we'll continue. Sorry about that.
Can't see mine on the screen.
Let's see on your screen anymore. Oh no, now is it like a problem for you? Oh no.
Yeah.
Did I just
That's
reverse the
odd.
issue?
That's never happened to me. Yeah, I can't see.
Try
Oh,
to
it's
go
probably because. I guess it's because I was dragged in here. Oh, because it happens when I'm dragged in. I remember because when I debated Erudite,
Oh.
this happened.
Okay, well yeah.
And
Just give me perms in your server then and I'll join there and we'll see if it works that way. And then if
I
not,
thought I
I'll
did
save.
give you perms. Did I not?
Oh, I didn't even
Oh.
try. So
Let
I'll just
me
try that.
let me double check. I think I gave you perms though.
Okay, sorry about that. Whoopsie. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're
yeah.
now we're
Now we're
cooking.
We're good.
Fuck yeah. All right. Problem solved. Minor technical issues.
There's a question in chat for you.
What was it was what do you attribute most of your experienced gender dysphoria from? So I probably like people telling me how a woman was or like what they expect of a woman because I feel like I experience it the most when I interact with other people, especially when I'm trying to date. So like dating people is weird for me. I feel like I'm often like just like misunderstood, I guess. And I've always felt like if people saw me as more of a neutral person instead of a woman, you know, because it's not even necessarily about being a man. Although I do have like kind of gender dysphoria about being a man, but it's less like ever present, I would say. So hopefully that answers the question. But yeah, let me copy my filters here. Put them on.
Awesome.
You. Yeah. Yeah. We'll get back to this video, this riveting VTuber video.
Well, I've had more to engage with than I thought I would have, if I'm being quite frank.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, like, I explore my ideas on this stuff in a much more nuanced, so I feel like I'm, thinking more outside the box about it. So
I see. Yeah, transcendent it's always kind of interesting, especially when people have like, I mean, there's not, it really isn't like there's a bunch of, I think like trans activists that are foaming at the mouth, you know, like a lot of people say. There's a lot of there's a lot of room for, you know, a difference of opinions, especially when it comes down to like kids and sports and bathrooms, you know. That's why I think it's always like it should be up to the people locally to decide personally. That's what I think.
I think one of the questions that Leaflet asked though was like clearly pretty transphobic, where they're like, "Oh, would it be?" They're trying to compare it to being trans, I think, where expressing yourself in front of like a kids park is just as inappropriate. It felt like that's where the question was leading. But it was like, would you like wear a hentai shirt like in a public place, like or public park with kids around?
Oh,
And
so they were
in that social setting, it'd be like, yeah, like to some degree, that would be, well, not even to some degree, it'd be like inappropriate. I would imagine.
yeah. But they're comparing like inherently like somebody just being trans with being like inappropriate. That's yeah. Yikes.
Yeah. Let's see the response to what you answered about the attribute of the experienced gender dysphoria. It sounds like coming to terms with your sexual identity and its role in relationships.
A lot of it was, but it was more like societal pressures, like interests, like social dynamics as well, because it wasn't just relationships, it was also friendships. So I would be like I would misrepresent signals in friendships, and it was kind of like an incongruence there. And then I also had I had bodily dysphoria as well. There was a large part of my life where I was anorexic. Like I didn't really like having the characteristics of a woman. But I can obviously pinpoint some of my trauma to like just issues with my body. That's why I don't specifically say like I'm like a sister like FTM, because I don't think I was ever specifically like FTM. I think I considered myself, you know, trying to be something other than a woman. And then I just, you know, decided that I had enough mental health issues that I didn't want to like medicalize myself. I didn't want to mess up like my endocrine system personally. It wasn't something that I saw like the benefits of, so I didn't. That's pretty much where I was at. So, but I don't think my experience is like indicative of any trans person, especially somebody who goes through like medical transition. I don't think I can relate to them a lot. Just the same way that I don't think there's different of experiences when it comes to like trans masc and trans femmes as well. And I think just the idea of just not seeing people as their bodies and like letting them do what they want with their bodies is kind of the best way to go about it. IMO.
Yeah. Well, I think like everyone expresses like differently in their kind of roles of what their gender is and what society expects of them and what they personally want to do and what they feels personally fitting to how they perceive themselves and want to be seen as.
Mm-hmm.
So like there are like stressful aspects of fulfilling your role as a woman in society, and especially even in relationships where like I'm not saying this is what leads people to wanting to be like like a or like going into the idea of being a trans man or anything like that
Mm-hmm.
like that, but sometimes there will be like things out of alignment that may like add to the fact that hey, like this could be something that like be more fitting in the future for me. Like it can add to stuff. I don't know if that makes sense, but like there's a lot of ways society can interact with you and how that shapes you or whatever, to
Yeah.
where there are like core things that could make you reevaluate the way you see yourself. So like again, like I think trans issues and how somebody comes into being uh like a different gender altogether. Like say they realize that at like age 26. Like sometimes it takes like a long time to perceive that. And I think it could just uh it could just evolve in various different forms in various different ways. There's always something out of alignment deep down within, but some people don't understand exactly what that is, and they don't understand its gender dysphoria till a certain moment in life, I think.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. I mean, that's why I think yeah. I mean, fuck, I had something else I was gonna say, something you said before, but yeah, I don't think I think some people are motivated by like society and like external pressures as well, but that doesn't mean that their experience with who they want to be and how they want to see themselves develop and if how they see themselves being happiest, you know. If I would have thought I would be happier pursuing the parts of my gender dysphoria that were physical, I probably would have made different choices. But I think that I decided to just kind of accept the parts of myself that were like maligned when I was younger and try to work on that a little bit. And I still would say that probably because I'm autistic, I don't have like a strong relation to being a woman, but I still don't think I'm like dysphoric to the point where I need to do anything more than I have.
There's also like this annoying thing where trans people get like sexualized, objectified all the time or whatever, put into this like category where it's like, you know, like it's like a they'll describe it as like a sexual degenerate kind of way
Yeah.
about, you know, maneuvering through life or whatever. But there are like trans people that are completely like asexual and stuff like that too. And
Absolutely.
it really does come down to like this is just who I see myself as. It has nothing to do with like anything sexual at all. It's crazy.
Right, and you have to understand too that like a lot of these people as well, if you find a trans person who seems like extra sexualized about themselves or about their body, it could just be because like the feeling of being trans and transitioning and having your gender affirmed can be euphoric. So like people like it's the same, it's like the AGP fucking conversation as well as um like I think that you have to consider where we've forced people to exist for a lot of, you know, a lot of time in our society, like in the margins when it comes to like stuff like, oh, gay people are like over invested in kink more than straight people, and it's the same thing for trans people, and oh, drag shows are over sexualized and stuff like that. It's like this is liberation. What you're experiencing, what you're witnessing is supposed to be a performance in liberation. And if you don't understand that part about it, then it does look like overly like degenerate, I guess, you know? So
It can look like that.
yeah, and there is certainly stuff that I think that, you know, you should have an age restriction. You shouldn't bring your kids to like the Dildo Monkey Festival, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Are you looking at my screen?
Yes, we're good to go.
All right. Let's play a little bit more.
A few. There's one from like the US military, I think, actually, where they were talking about like performance in trans men compared to cis men and
Oh yeah.
trans
So
women
right now they're
compared
talking about transports for
Okay.
yeah.
to cis women after 1 year of HRT. And I'm trying to like find this one.
All right, summary, systemic review, long-term therapy, and bone careers.
So like my basic take was that it is possible that there could be a meaningful distinction where somebody could potentially have an advantage, but I haven't seen the stats to back this up to where like it's a problematic case that trans people should be banned from sports at all. Every time I feel like I've seen anything about it, most trans people are like just like every other kind of cis person, and usually getting like fourth, fifth place, sixth, or whatever. It just varies. And I feel like I would have to have a staggering amount of evidence and a staggering amount of like, you know, results of trans people overwhelming the competition each time before I even remotely considered like, hey, like, okay, maybe there is something to like the argument, you know. Yeah.
I can't remember, but I did read a study that like it strongly varies on the sport, like whether like a male skeletal frame in puberty, or it depends entirely on on the individual of the, you know, of the trans woman. Everything like that does factor into whether or not they're gonna be at an extreme advantage. But there's also people like there's people that are outliers when it comes to just different endocrine, like they have different representations when it comes to their endocrine, like it's just their body's natural hormone mix, you know, like so I like just it needs to be like on a case by case basis, and it's such a small problem that it is just kind of like it's like a moral panic, obviously.
Yeah, that's the basic take where that's where like that's where I like said I was like it just feels like you have to do this overwhelming amount of work as like a trans person or any kind of minority to be like, listen, I should be able to participate in this sport. I'm a normal
Yeah.
person. You know, I should be
also
able to
the-
use the bathroom. I'm a normal person.
The other thing is that like right wingers like to weaponize it, like, oh, they're kids. What if they're getting like scholarships and stuff like that? What if it's taken away? Obviously, like it's not usually just the top student in one school that gets a scholarship, and there's probably going to be considerations as well when they're handing those sorts of things out. Like, it's not even an issue. Like you don't get, you know, there's not really much of a reward in the rest of your life if you're the top runner or whatever, you know, in a certain race in your school. If you're in the top 5, you're fucking good. Like, most schools are going to want to have you if you have good grades, especially. Like,
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, this one that you sent me is about.
Oh, I gotta ask you. Sorry.
Hmm?
Do you think Leaflet is a woman or a man?
let me listen to them for a minute and think.
Yeah. Okay. Leaflet is the one in the glasses. This one has the
Yeah.
more German accent. Yeah.
The one with the Chris ass
Oh.
avatar.
I think this is the one that I meant.
This is about Isn't this about like
I think I sent you the wrong one. This one.
Isn't this about like trans like HRTs of causing like osteoporosis sort of things? Isn't that what this is about?
This is basically about like if you have like testosterone dominant and then you go on
18 years?
on HRT and you have like estrogen, like the advantage
Mhm.
that comes from like testosterone is diminishing. But I think I sent you like the wrong study.
Yeah, it doesn't say that in here. This is about like osteoporosis sort of stuff, basically.
Yeah, I
It's
think
talking
I
about
think I sent you
the-
the wrong link. The new
Okay,
one
okay.
should be better. It's like actually
got it,
about
got it.
like
Let me-
the
All right, I have an answer
it
to
is
what
the
I
effects
think.
of gene
And
affirming.
also, what they're talking about right now when it comes to osteoporosis, I think that they're talking about, if they're talking about giving hormone blockers to kids, like the data on hormone blockers in kids and bone density and stuff like that, that has to do with whether or not they're put on a normal hormone regimen to start like whatever puberty of their like chosen gender is. So it's not as though like there are certain considerations when it comes to when you want to put a kid on hormone blockers if they have, you know, gender dysphoria, but typically the whole osteoporosis, they're going to lower bone density thing, it's not even a fucking problem as long as they continue to be trans or they just let their normal puberty start. Even if it starts a little bit later, it won't be like that bad. But also Leaflet, I think they sound a little bit like, if you know Short Fat Otaku, like they had this trans woman that came on a while back, Lilith. As you know,
Yeah.
there's a trans woman named Lilith, obviously. They sound a little bit like them, so I don't want to say that they sound like a cis woman because it's like it could be voice training, but there are also just kind of people that have this sort of voice. Like, I don't know. It could
It
go
could be
either
like
way.
someone
It's-
who is using a voice modifier.
I don't think it's even voice modifier. It
I'm not
sounds
sure that
honestly just like
that's the
voice
case.
training.
Exactly, but
Yeah. If they're Canadian,
like
I
I
would say it's a
genuinely,
trans
I
woman.
just found it interesting where I was like, this person is like, I want to be courteous. I want to be charitable to the positions. It mostly seems like, from what I've seen, out of like ignorance, like that they have like a bigoted viewpoint, like a transphobic viewpoint.
Yeah.
I was like, for someone so like basically anti-trans or whatever, like I was just thinking to myself, I was like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you are. I don't know if you're non-binary. I don't know if you're a man. I don't know if you're a woman. I don't know what you present. Like I feel like I've been getting different like vibes this entire time, and I just like I don't know. And now like I'm just like I feel like I was like, what are you? What are you?
Like when I think that there's like that's why I say if they're Canadian, I think that they're a trans woman that's done voice like work. If they're from Appalachia, I think that they're a woman because they kind of sound a lot like some of the women in Templar's Discord. But maybe maybe there's something else, you know, you can read from that. I don't know. But
There are
like,
some trans-hating trans people, so
yeah, that as well, obviously. I'm gonna go over that as well. I have a fucking video from Blaire White after this that I'm gonna go and check out.
very
But,
fun.
yeah.
Hormones and athletic performance in trans women and trans men, implication for sporting organizations and legislations. I think that is the one that I'm looking for.
Give me a second. Let me take a look at it. I don't know these studies, so you're gonna have to give me a second.
I just realized I can like crop your bird's legs and put you in the water. Oh my god, that's so cute.
Pretty awesome.
Because you're a little wading bird. Oh my god. I love this. Except for some reason you're like translucent. What the fuck?
Okay, so the fact we reviewed for the assessment records 29.
A lot of reading, a lot of reading.
Okay, so even in this study, right? Even with a diminishing, it's still what 12%?
9%.
According to the thing, yeah, it's still 12% better. That's a lot, especially when you're talking a lot of sports, you're talking about the highest level of optimization to the point where people wear different shoes and different swimsuits in order to gain a advantage, right? So, the swimsuits, those shoes, they give you like 1% to 5% advantage. We're talking 12. So even the study that you're citing
That
is
is
still
for
12%.
yeah, that's for push up and sit
Keep
up.
in mind too, also, I'm not like a sports expert or anything like that. Duckbrainer will probably be able to like emphasize these things a lot better than me in terms of like the distinguishing factors of like male biology, female biology, and all sorts of
Mhm.
different things. But you have to remember sports is also like this competitive kind of like thing altogether where like there will be people that are better suited for the job. So like you would never say, wow, it's really bad that Danny DeVito can't go do basketball like and play like LeBron or anything like that, like
Right.
I can't believe LeBron has so many different advantages that Danny DeVito doesn't have. He shouldn't be able to play.
Well,
Like you wouldn't be able to
yeah.
like make these arguments for like any other kind of situation. You know what I mean? Like
And they wouldn't, and right wing, especially right wing people wouldn't. They would say, "Oh, there's obviously sport is about competition. It's about the best of the best, blah blah blah." But there's always going to be physical outliers. Not to mention when we're talking about kids, they don't have control over the food that they eat. They don't have control over what they go home to and whether they could sleep or not. So like when we're talking about professional athletes, I'm more in favor of like strict leagues. But when we're talking about kids, fucking who cares?
there's always gonna like I guess my point is there's always gonna be somewhat of an unfair kind of slant
Yeah,
to some degree,
and
especially in competitive sports. Some people are better suited. Some people just have it. Some people just have better mental faculties to be able to deal with that kind of environment better. It just varies. It all varies.
yeah,
Listen, I'm not saying be like lax and loose with the rules or anything. If there's something to it where like trans people genuinely at that point for like a specific sport or anything like that are overwhelmingly like placing number one all the time or something like that to a point where it seems like it does kind of seem like there's like a good merit to like what people are saying, what people were criticizing earlier, then we can find a different solution and maybe make a trans section for that sport or however we fix that. The point
right.
I'm saying is like it hasn't come to that point yet. It hasn't. It just
Not
hasn't. Like
nearly. Yeah,
yeah, not even close. So I don't know. It's just again,
yeah.
the real reason is dehumanization. The real reason, we all know the real reason. But like if like someone was like good faith and just like naive and bought into the fake reason that they could sell, um, I mean like you have to factor all these arguments in. Like this sports is not like a completely fair thing.
Differences.
Yeah,
I
huge.
The
like the reason I
push-up
bring
and
up
sit-up
socioeconomic things is because like if right wingers were more to say like, oh, we want to make sure that there actually is equity in this world, if everybody does have the same starting zone, then maybe we could get more into like, oh, we want to make sure that school is a way that we can vet kids for like the best and brightest in this way. But that's obviously not going to be a fair standard either way. Like, and that's why we have
No.
grant programs. So yeah,
You guys should listen to Mama Oko. They also had a talk with Naira VT. Oko is a self-identified as a male with a voice changer. I would rather not listen to another VTuber for at least a month after this. I think I'm
this
good.
is you're capped. Yeah,
It's a good content idea, but maybe after a month we'll put a restriction on the VTubers for a month.
fair.
differences disappeared, but transforming was still 12% faster. So
Oh yeah, there was something earlier. I don't know if you caught it, but Leaflet was basically like doing this whole thing where it's like, yeah, like that is life. Sometimes people will be, extremely prejudiced against trans people. They'll be prejudiced against women. They'll be prejudiced against VTubers. It was really funny.
It's bad. What do you want me to
Yeah.
do about it? Yeah.
Yeah, the minority of the VTuber constantly oppressed.
like
Yeah,
there's a loss in
12%.
it. Yeah. Running
It's a
speed.
lot though. 12% is still a lot. That's crazy.
Running.
Like
Sure, but
if
like,
I
okay,
were
okay,
playing a
wait.
game and I said you get
Wait,
12%
wait.
more damage, like that's crazy.
Do you
It's a
think
lot.
every sport relies on like how fast you run?
I mean, no. This example is only that. So if you have
No,
another
no, no,
one,
no,
for
no.
example, if you
Wait.
have
It says the push up and sit up differences disappeared.
no, it's still, but
PNG tubers hating VTubers. Listen, I don't portray myself as some gay fucking anime character. Listen, I'm better than that. I'm better than them. I just am. I'm bigoted. I am bigoted. Fuck you.
Sorry, I was up getting sparkly fancying water because I am better than these people. You're right. I mean, if you want to look on here, I'll share my virtual camera. I have a beautiful fucking scene where
fucking
you can just look at
bird.
my stream.
I'm a bird.
Look at us. Look at the effort that goes into this setup versus this, man. It's not Camonia.
God.
All right.
But trans women were 12%.
So I suppose you do. Sorry, unfollowed. Unfortunate. That was a spark which made me rather following. Dude. Okay, whatever, bro.
And faster. So,
Sure.
12%.
Yeah, but like, does every
Yeah, that's my point.
the thing is like, does every sport rely on like speed?
Do you have another study that it talks about a difference that talks about something else?
What?
like
No. Wait.
Lifting.
Okay.
In fact,
Push
I would
up.
think lifting would be worse, actually.
The thing is like, when it comes to like push-ups and whatnot, like, what muscles do you use? You use upper body strength, which is like something that like testosterone obviously boosts.
Yeah. Do you have another study? Because I'm talking about this study. This
Yeah.
study
But it
specifically
says
that
before,
12%
it says
faster.
the push-up and sit-up differences disappear.
No.
The problem is having to pull up the studies and then like people argue over the minutiae of like specific things because they don't clearly understand the study fully.
Mhm.
And then they're like, it's either intentional, they'll just shift the goalpost, or they'll actually be ignorant because they don't understand all the science behind like all the research and stuff like that.
Oh
So
yeah.
it just becomes like aggregating. Yeah.
They can even get to the point where they're just like, oh, I don't believe in those studies because they're biased by the woke data scientists.
Yeah.
So
Then it's like, what do you want then? Like you're like, oh yeah, like follow biology, follow science. It's like, no, you're saying follow previous biology and science studies
yeah.
when we've been like progressing for a while and like learning more and more and more about the human race. Like you're just like an advocate of ignorance. You're an advocate of remaining ignorant.
Pretty much.
That's what your real advocacy line is in line with, you know. It's ridiculous.
They disappeared. What does it say after disappeared? You read it for me? Read the whole thing. So let's read it together, okay? After
Sure.
2 years of taking feminizing hormones, the push-up and sit-up differences disappeared. What's after that?
The trans women were still 12% faster.
But trans women were 12% faster. So 12%.
Sure, but the push-up
Yeah,
and sit-up
right.
differences disappeared.
No.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Let's
see, like
Yeah.
I'm gonna focus on the part that
12%
supports
faster
my
than
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Instead of
curious.
the overall point that he's making. Or she. I'm sorry, I don't want to assume. They have a
I'll just say they, them for now.
yeah.
12%, but push-up and sit-up differences disappeared. Prior to gender-forming hormones, trans men performed 43%.
I'll use all genders. Fuck it. I'm using all genders.
Okay,
Yeah.
trans men performed
Just switch it up
43%
every now
fewer
and then.
push-ups and ran 1.5 trans men. After 1 year of taking masculine hormones, there was no longer a difference in
Present yourself more like what your gender is if you don't want me being confused, motherfucker. Fuck you.
They've got pecs, but they've also got tits. They're a little bit. They got that dead domain gender going on, which I'm here for it. Honestly, it's not.
I'm
bad.
sure if this is this supposed to be like a lolly or a Shota? I don't know what the fuck this
I
is.
don't know. It's a child character, man. Let's just not overthink it.
It's weird.
It's VTubers.
Stop doing that. Why present as some gay anime character online when you can be one in real life? Get on my level.
True.
Listen. Unless you look like Light Yagami, motherfucker, don't at me, bro.
push-up and run-up times. The number of steps performed in 1 minute by trans men exceeded.
That man had an aura.
15 summary. A 15 to 31% athletic declined. However, trans women saw a 9% faster mean time with 1 year period of testosterone percentage recommended by the world. So what you're saying though is that they could do trans women could do sports that are related to muscle mass.
So,
And not
okay, what I'm kind of like getting at.
So would you ban it then? Would you ban all sports? So even if I were to accept the premise of like this part, right? So let's just say it's true.
So,
Let's just say what you said is true. Would you be okay with banning them from all speed related sports then?
okay, what I'm trying to like initially
Mhm.
actually like get to
Mhm,
is the
mhm.
fact that like the differences are caused by a human going through male puberty. So if a trans woman as a kid didn't go through male puberty, they wouldn't have like these advantages that you're like trying to use in order to
Mhm, mhm.
basically.
I'm against it for different reasons. I'm against the child thing for different reasons.
What do you
Wanna go
mean?
into that? I'm against it for different reasons. So just because I think that if you were to change the hormones early enough, it would then reduce it would reduce the physical advantage. That doesn't mean I think it's a good thing to do. So I'm against the premise in the first place.
So you want like a trans woman to go through male puberty before going through second puberty?
Sorry, go through. I don't think that people should be able to transition until they're
Oh.
18.
Hey, welcome in.
So you want
Perfectly 21,
Equinox
but, you know.
Strummer.
so you want a trans
I am the
woman, a
worm.
trans girl
My
to go
bird
through male
friend is
puberty
Emery.
before then
You can check
going
him
through
out.
second puberty?
Emery live on
And then
YouTube.
you're using these differences
currently
caused
going
by
over
male
some
puberty
VTuber
in
stuff.
order to like
And
other
then we got
and like ban
other
them
slop
from
content that
Well,
Sports.
not othering them. I'm saying that they're.
yeah, it's othering.
Well, is it really othering them to say that there's a physical advantage? I don't really think that's like othering them.
I mean, in what way?
What do you mean, what way?
Caused by male puberty, the advantage, right?
If you're posing the restrictions of like you can only transition when you hit like age 18 or 21, like by this person's standards, like preferably by their own preferable standards, and then you're like, well, they have like advantages or whatever like that because of that first puberty. So they shouldn't be allowed to play transports. Like you're like kind of inherently setting up a system in of itself that is othering, and
Right.
also this system is set up because, and I'm gonna assume, and I think I understand because I think I saw clips earlier of Leaflet's thought process on, you know, kids being able to transition at I don't know exactly what age it should be. I don't know what's the healthiest exactly. It depends on, you know, a numerous amount of factors. But basically, the presumed position is that kids are being groomed into being trans by society or being groomed by their parents
Mhm.
instead of kids coming to a full-on realization themselves and having a mature conversation with their parents and their doctor about, you know, starting that processing of transition early on. That in and of itself is also a, you know, kind of othering, bigoted kind of thought process that the kid has no ability to be able to make any coherent understanding of their own gender and their own sense of internal self to be
Yeah.
able to have that realization. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think there are ways. I mean, obviously, I don't know the medical consensus on when certain surgery should be performed. I think, 16, 17, we're getting to the range where medical transition is probably more appropriate. Beyond that, I think that like hormonal changes and everything like that. I don't know what, like I said, I don't know what the science sides on it. It honestly depends on, the parents, the environment, and these sorts of people are, if you ask this leaflet person, do you believe in parental rights? Like, do you think that a kid should be able to like emancipate themselves at the age of 16, if their parents aren't treating them right? How do you feel that? How do you feel about that? And based off that, you could say, okay, I can understand why this person has a value difference, but obviously, I don't know if it necessarily has to be about, like, the trans kid thing. I don't know if it's necessarily about bigotry when it comes to that, although I think that people kind of insert themselves into a situation where they don't know a trans kid, they don't know a trans parent, they're not a doctor, they're often like underinformed on all of this, so I don't really understand like why they have to be a part of the discourse. It's like, yeah, it's a fucking medical issue. Same sort of thing where if a person was intersex, the way that the parents
Yeah.
deal with that is entirely a independent decision.
How to notice and highlight the fact that Food Shops has less lolly presence during her streams than this live stream right now. Concerning, actually good.
Fair.
Actually checked Leaflet take on canceled production of VTuber Awards and can confirm 2 IQ opinion discarded. I don't know anything about VTuber Awards, but
Oh,
Yes.
what was there?
So
what
it
was
would be
their take?
useful.
but yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's just I think it's crazy to like make just jump where I'm not sure the perfect age. I don't know if that exists, but I think having an understanding that since kids can go through like an internal self-realization of what gender is, I think a healthy if I had to be like tortured into like a final position, like a momentary final position of what I think how that could be addressed the best way is that if a kid is realizing their internal gender, like their internal, like their real self, within that experience over time, you let that process go. Say like they discover it at 5, you let that process. You take them to the doctors or whatever. Get the right amount of therapy to be able to make sure that this is a real thing, a real internalized self. I don't know how that long medically all that therapy stuff would really last before any hormones or any
Mhm.
certain regimens are taking place, but you go through that exact process maybe within like I'd say 3 to 4 years of around that process you probably begin treatment there, and then potentially um like when we know when like the person is very certain, the kid is very certain, the parents are comfortable, the parents are certain, and the doctors especially, that's especially to keep that in mind, the therapists, the doctors are certain that they're not harming this kid at this point. I think that's probably an appropriate time around the age of 16, 17, probably 18 of any other surgeries happening. I think the hormone stuff probably should happen before anything like bottom surgery or anything like that. But yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Something like that should probably occur. Like a very long process and really just being thorough because you don't want to fuck this up, and kids are, you know, still a little fresh and malleable and um, you know, while their opinion is important and their perspective is important, you know, you want to be sure. Like it's not the end all be all. The kids say is not the end all be all. So
Yeah. Obviously, but that's also why just being being uh affirming towards whatever your kids want to do. Don't treat them like they're private parts. Treat them like whatever they want to do. Encourage them towards multiple things. Something that I think
treat
made
them
me
like they're
feel,
people.
yeah, like I felt othered when I was like a little girl because I wanted to go fishing and stuff like that. I had to complain to my parents for them to even start to buy me fishing gear. I had to be like, hey, I like fishing too. Like this is something you should be encouraging me for. Like a lot of people don't get it, so I do think that just when kids are kids, just treat them like kids. We don't have to affirm them in a certain way. If they want to like wear makeup to look a certain way, just let them wear makeup. Let them experiment. It doesn't really. I think that when it comes to like severe bodily dysphoria in teenagers, something I can kind of sympathize with when it comes to puberty blockers, and this is like kind of the only time I'm like pretty liberal with it, is that some people have very drastic puberties. If you have a family history, if you're 16 years old, 15 years old, and you have a family history of the women in your family are super busty, the men in your family grow really thick beards really early on, maybe that should be something that you can consider, because it would be something that you're like, okay, well, maybe I just won't be, if I choose to desist later, I just won't be as masculine as the other people in my family. I won't have large breasts, but it won't be a irreversible process at that point. And I think if somebody, especially if a large part of their neuroticism is focused around their gender, that might be the best intervention to do when they're like, at their, at the age of puberty, pretty much. But even then, like I said, I'm not a doctor, I'm not an endocrinologist, but yeah.
So if
Did have an advantage. Yes, but I'm against it for other reasons that are unrelated to sports.
do you think like intersex women who have like an influx in testosterone should be banned from women's sports as well?
That's an interesting one.
No, it's not. You have to stay consistent. You have to ban them. No. You don't get to play favorites. You don't get to play. Oh, I don't know. That's a little different. No. No. You gave very specific reasons. The criteria is there. It's the same problems. You don't get to be like, oh, well, intersex. I don't know. No. Hold to it. You have to ban them too, by your own logic, by your own internal consistencies.
Which is why
But
the
let's
case by
say-
case basis is, how to really handle it, I think, if there's going to be significant differences.
Let's say I said yes. Let's just for the sake of argument, I said, oh no, fine. They can play. But then it doesn't apply to trans people then, right?
What do you mean?
What?
Let's say that we took. They said, oh, the points, the point.
It's so stupid.
Let her cook. Please never cook again, but let her cook.
0 point whatever percent of intersex women, I would say sure, why not? But then for that's different from trans. What if they said that? Would you be okay with that? Because that would solve your issue with
Do you
intersex
think
people,
there are
right?
like less intersex people than there are trans people?
Yes, I think so. Am I wrong?
It's pretty even though, right? It's still like 1% of the population.
It'll also depend, right? There's like different. Intersex has a lot of
1.7 up to 1.7% is like the
manifestations, basically.
estimation.
It's hard to say.
And the percentage of trans people.
I'm
in
gonna
the
look into
world
this article.
is
I want to know how
1%.
they got the. I want to know how they got this data.
Okay.
The thing is, like, hormones are kind of tricky, right? Like, your hormone level can be impacted by a lot of things, actually. Like, it can be influenced
Yeah.
by, like, even the altitude where you live. It can change through your
Oh,
diet
welcome
and
in,
so on.
Puppy. I missed you.
Like,
I have my chat
I
not
think it's like
showing as
going
much
into like
anymore.
a very
Also,
going in a
people
very-
can grow up significantly different based on like what they're eating too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, socioeconomic factors fucking matter. Like, you know, if you have even if your family has the forethought or the time to take you to like an after school program, you're going to be in a lot better shape than most people. Yeah. Obviously.
Tongans eat horse and they get pretty fucking big. And I mean, I'm sure they eat other things too that like contribute to this. But there's like specific ways that people can develop into like way bigger, like are naturally stronger
Mhm.
from the foods that they typically tend to eat, like culturally, or just based on
Yeah.
stuff like that. So, like, it's just a case by case basis. I think like this could also possibly, I don't know all the ins and outs of how Black people could potentially be stronger on average than white people, but there could be contributing factors from even past instances of like, you know, uh, slave labor or whatever, or whatever like that. Maybe like
What do you mean? Do they have fucking epigenetic memory of slavery? What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of like I'm trying to think of like like the circumstances of like the environment of like being culturally oppressed and through various different means. I'm not sure if there's like other things entangled with that of what would usually make Black people probably be more susceptible to growing. I don't know. Like I just don't know. That's the whole race science thing too.
It's
or
probably
I
it's
don't know.
probably
But
I mean there are
I'm
obviously
sure there's
there's
different
more
things
there's
widely.
always going to be more variance like among
Yeah.
like members of the same ethnic group than there is between ethnic groups, so it doesn't really matter to say like, oh, the higher end of this ethnic group has like more bone density or longer legs or something like that. You're going to see outliers because of that, but as a grouping it's like, you know, it doesn't it's just as varied. I don't know. It's insignificant in my opinion to like say like, oh, we have to put fucking people like grouped by race. I think if anything, if people are concerned about fairness in like school sports, they should just say, well, we should just do more weight classes, you know, just do and some places even have that. They have co-ed leagues, they have, you know, things like that, and people participate in them and they have fun. So it's all about, when it comes to kids, it's all about fucking safety. You know, it's about making sure that their brains don't get jostled around in their goddamn helmets when they're playing football. Why don't we worry more about that? Like, jeez.
And enforced selective breeding of slaves. Yeah, I was thinking of stuff like that, but I'm not sure exactly how it all
that's
functions.
interesting. Yeah, maybe that as well. That
Yeah,
could
I
be
was thinking of something like that, but I wasn't sure how quite to put it and if there was other things to take into consideration. I feel like it definitely could affect the way people operate, like how their mind is developing psychology, like how they develop as children, especially like there's different ways of maneuvering as well. So like there's a whole other different set of factors into like so many different facets of um, you know, how your race might be treated, how your sex might be treated. It's all over the place. So
Yeah.
like I know I was sounding kind of fucking stupid earlier because I didn't have like quite the right set of words where I was like,
No, I was making,
this is why
obviously
black
there are going to be
people
factors, like,
yeah.
there are factors when it comes to, like,
Yeah.
outliers, that there are genetic differences in certain, like, like,
Yeah.
certain, what is it, haplogroups and stuff like that, but it's really, it's pretty specific. You know, maybe
Yeah.
there's something there, but yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't want to attribute it to like one thing either. I don't want that to
Yeah.
be personally, because obviously more complex than that. Yeah, I mean the basketball player was also from selective breeding. I'm not sure if you're joking right now.
Very difficult direction when you talk about like advantages, because like, do you think like someone like Michael Phelps should be banned from competing because he's built like a dolphin?
Well, it's the difference between the difference between men and women is significantly higher than the difference between like different men.
You're comparing
Basically.
cis men to cis women when you should be comparing trans women to cis women.
The difference is still very large. Like I still think even in that case, according to the
which
study that you
sports?
cited, 12% is still a lot.
In which sports?
Okay, so if we were to accept that premise that
Yeah,
Leaflet's
like
doing
which-
like, this is like turf 101 shit. This is like, this is very basic talking points. Hopefully, I mean, it seems like this Neuro person has all of the stuff that they need to combat it. Like all of the, this is just like basic shit.
it only affected speed sports, then would you ban trans women from all speed sports? So even if I were to say like, okay, fair enough, let's ban trans women from all speed sports, and then they can join the other ones. Would you be okay with that?
So, do you think that like a trans woman should be able to compete in speed sports if she isn't 12% faster than the average cis woman?
Sorry, can you say again? Sorry, I was like looking into that study.
Are you saying that like a trans woman should be able to compete in speed sports if she isn't 12% faster than the average cis woman?
No, because it's averages, right? That on average, on average, the trans women are just 12% faster.
You have to have the blanket
faster,
ban.
12% faster, just on average.
Why do you have to have the blanket ban based off the averages? Obviously, you have somebody that, if they're an outlier, it's like, once again, just it's.
On average, are black people better like basketball players? Do they have better
Yeah.
stats usually? We ban black people? Like, see, I don't.
It's the exact same logic, yeah.
Okay. Like you just apply this to like any other group when you're like, it's just like the bigoted things become so much more transparent to anyone who doesn't, like they might be more susceptible to these kind of arguments, you know, where it's
And you
just
kind of
like,
have to, you have to walk them into it too to make them realize, oh, I am being prejudiced against this specific group of people because it's something that I consider as new, is like different. It's not supposed to be here, and it really is that. It's just people. These people don't think that trans people are real. Is basically what it usually comes down to. When you actually grill them on it, at a certain point, it becomes that.
Sure, so like a trans woman who isn't 12% faster.
There's a 12% buff. Think of it as a 12% buff. It's a 12% buff for being trans, which is a
That's not how
significant
it works.
advantage in sports, especially speed sports, where
no, it works like an RPG. You don't understand. There's a 12% buff for trans women. They go into like Cloud's party. Cloud has the dress on. Cloud
Yeah.
is trans, and then Cloud gets a 12% buff compared to, any of the other women side characters in
No,
the party.
You know what I would compare this to? Uma Musume, the fucking horse racing girl gotcha game. It's like you have your high star Umas, right, lady, right, and they're like 12%. They have 12% higher stats than everybody else. But also, like you can build them wrong. They cannot be they cannot be at their highest stat. Are you saying that all the 4 stars are trash? Are you saying that all the 3-star Umas are trash, lady? Is that what you're saying? Like it just it doesn't make any sense to say it's just like a buff.
I was thinking of this. I was making I wasn't even making jokes, actually. I was just pointing out facts that the way different people dress, like, say, like, Young Thug dressed in a blue dress, and that shit was stylish as fuck. Or Haley Steinfeld was in a suit, and she looked swagged as she looked like ravishing, like swagged out. Sephiroth, this motherfucker can pull off a dress, and that shit would be so dope.
Oh yeah.
Motherfucker got style for days, bro. Sephiroth, equal, bro. He got swag. Look at this motherfucker, swagged out. Cloud could do it. Sephiroth could do it. He got that long hair. That motherfucker, he could pull it.
Like I said, they're hyper optimized. Right.
Would you ban me from competing in speed sports? I'm slow. I'm, you know,
Yes,
if there was
yes,
like
for
a,
logical consistency, yes.
Winks
you would
definitely have a
ban me
gender
even if I
advantage.
wouldn't.
Trans people, you're not allowed to win anything. You're not allowed to win anything. You're not allowed to be number one. Fuck you. That's basically like the end result. Like the stats, it's just insane. Like I can't imagine sitting there and like crying about the women's. What was the Riley Gaines? What was her place? Fifth.
Oh yeah, fuck Riley Gaines, man.
Is it Riley Gaines? Oh, yeah.
I think
Fifth
it
place. What did the trans person get? I don't remember what their name was. Was she in like third or fourth? I don't even think she got first.
No, I think Leah Thomas did get first. Let's see.
Oh, she did? Okay. That's like, yeah, it's not like a super common either though. So still, it's so fucking lame. It's just like you look, you're behind other cis women. You were just trash.
Oh
You
wait, no,
just sucked.
yeah. Interesting.
What, she was like second? Third?
No, Thomas and Gaines tied for 5th place. So she did lose to a trans woman, but the trans woman lost to 4 other women.
So they
I didn't know
tied.
that. They tied for 5th place.
Dude, she's such a fucking loser.
What a fucking loser. I've never looked into that. I'm so glad I did. Are you fucking kidding
That's so
me?
epic.
She
That's
technically did lose to a trans woman, but also 4 cis women. So fuck her. What the hell? Get good, bitch. Skill issue. What the fuck?
like, be a good sport. We should talk about like bad sportsmanship, that like being like get the fuck out of sports. Like you're a fucking loser crying about getting 5th place and I mean like the trans woman, they have a benefit, the massive benefit. Bitch, you got outclassed by 4 other cis women. Get your bitch ass out of here.
Yeah, these people all have like problematic softball league parent energy, pretty much. Every single person who's really big on the trans kid issue, especially if they don't even have a kid that's in sports, they have that energy. Like they just need to care that that there's an order. That's like they're just neo-Nazis. They're sports Nazis. It's like the soup Nazi.
Awesome. Love Nazis.
Like outperform
Yes.
cis women.
Yes, for logical consistency.
So it's not about like actually the advantage.
It is. It is because you still have an advantage. You might just suck at it, but
Do you
women
think?
suck too.
Yeah, but then you would basically say that like anyone who is on average
Yeah.
faster than the average cis woman should be banned.
By default, due to the configuration of your body of what it used to be, you have a 12% advantage according to your study.
Okay, by your logic, any black person that has a general advantage over white people in basketball should be banned. Or any like particular person in general with any like potential advantages
So
that like they have at all should be banned. You're like the lowest of the low IQ.
pretty much.
Like you should be banned from like debate, like because it's unfair to like other people. Other people's brains get drained of energy listening to your gibberish.
A lot of these people are contrarians. By the way, I looked up the Yao Ming thing, and I want to read it out for one reason in particular. No Yao Ming is not a product. First of all, this sounds like the CCP programmed this answer. First of all, no, Yao Ming is not a product of selective breeding. He is a natural-born individual whose height is attributed to his parents' genetic predisposition for being tall. His parents, Wang Fat Hong, and that's an awesome name, Wang Fat Hong. Wang Fat Hong. Amazing. And Yao Zihuan were both professional basketball players in China, were considered among the tallest people in their respective countries at the time. Selective breeding is a process used to create desirable traits in offspring through a process of intentionally mating individuals with smaller traits. Yao Ming was not created through this process. So they're just saying, no, they were just two tall people in love. They just both happened to be really tall. The CCP did not force them together. They did not get incentivized to breed and create Yao Ming. Not at all. Do not look any further
This
into
particular individual's views don't reflect my own. You know, this particular problematic person's views do not reflect my own.
Oh, right,
All
right,
glory
yeah.
to the CCP. All glory to the CCP. All glory to. Thank you, Mao. Thank you, Mao. Thank you, Mao. Thank you, Mao. Very generous of you to forgive me for platforming this person. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
sorry, I forgot you're streaming from the mainland.
Oh God. Where are my CCP honeypots? They were not delivered to me. By the way, can I get those right now?
In a realm where people win from 1% faster, people win from, you know, like what are the let me look here at the.
So if you look at like statistics of like, I don't know, women of color outperforming you know, white women on average, do you think that it would be like fair if there was like the conclusion that women of color are 12% faster than white women, that they should be banned?
Because the lines that we're drawing are gender based, so no. Right? Like we're not considering that and like anomalies. You know, obviously there's gonna be like,
this person doesn't know why.
Explain to me why I
actually
have
like
this
thought
particular
about any of
picture.
this before this debate. They're like, oh, you know, I'm just going off vibes. That's crazy. The ones with the balls to beat her didn't even take first. Okay.
also women who are just, you know, from a family line that's just like stronger, right? Or faster. What I'm saying is that the differences in between men and women, again, as according to your own study, is a 12% buff basically across the board. Unless you're saying the study isn't good, then I mean, then it's not good.
I mean,
right?
it's a small sample size, so I think
she doesn't really understand statistics. That's all.
Does anyone understand statistics? Like the U.S. population doesn't understand statistics. Why would they? They're uneducated. Very uneducated. Leaflet knows better than fucking researchers. What do you know about any of this stuff? Leaflet understands all of this stuff.
She keeps describing it as a
understands.
12% buff, but she's completely rejected that premise when it comes to like other groupings of people. Why? Why based on gender? What does this mean? Like, yeah, Leah Thomas didn't even come in first. That's crazy. Like, this is an insane discourse. Please, let's get through this. I hate this person.
You want to know how long is left in this particular video right now?
How long?
2 hours.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna make it through the 2 hours. Let's
I
see
don't
where
think
this
so either.
goes. Like I said,
okay.
I have a Blaire White video and shit like that. If you want to look at that with me again.
For both me and you and our sake, because I need to go to sleep pretty soon here anyway.
Yeah,
Let's do. How about this? We'll look at a couple crazy highlight clips, like maybe 2 or 3, and we'll do. How about 10 more minutes of this at 1.6 speed? That sound fair?
That sounds good. Yeah, no, I'm down.
Okay.
I can go for a while more. It's just like 2 hours, probably not.
Well, I'm at 12:31. I gotta be at work at 8 a.m. So I'm not.
Oh fuck yeah, no, like let's
Yeah. I mean, I would if I had more time. Honestly, I could go all night but realistically, I'm just I need my sleep. Wait,
Shit.
I'll just show you prior clips that I watched to get like a better sense of some of the crazy shit said here. So, let's do this. The conversion therapy takes here.
Maybe either buy, and then maybe like.
Just hypothetically, just assume the kid is like 100% gay.
Yeah, see, but the thing is the parent wouldn't know that, right? So the parent might be thinking that there might be a chance that they're not, and then that's what I mean.
Why does it matter? Right? Why does it matter if the child is gay or bi? Like, would it be abusive for me to like phrase it as like I'm coming from a point of love? I just really care about my child. I want my child to not go through the struggles of having to deal with homophobia.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly right.
That is wild. That
Why
is
is that wild?
absolutely wild to me. That you do not think that's like
why?
abusive.
Why is it wild?
Because you're
How's it
basically like
abusive, though?
you're basically sugarcoating abuse. You're basically like
How's
justifying
it
it.
abuse? Can you
Okay,
explain how it's abuse?
because the child is not straight.
It's so like the basic take seems to be like, I'm going to justify emotional abuse because the parent could be worried how the kid being gay or bisexual, openly gay or bisexual or lesbian or anything like that, society's going to bully them and treat them horribly. So I have to like,
So you have to
for
abuse
their
them to
sake,
make sure
protect
that
them.
they're.
Yeah.
That's. This person
It's
would
pretty-
have lobotomized their child, probably. I mean,
Yeah. I generally hope Leaf never has a kid. Try for conversion therapy. This is a little bit more on that, and then we'll get to the regular video.
yeah.
I don't want my child to go through the struggles of being gay, so I really wish they would like find reason and become normal because it's so difficult. Would that be like abuse to you, or would that be loving?
No, because they might be bi, right? I mean, how do you know, right? Maybe they're bi, and then maybe like they
Just
can be convincing,
hypothetically,
you
just
know?
assume the kid is like 100%.
Wait, I think this is
It's the same clip, yeah.
Oh no, this comparison's crazy. Hear this comparison. And then we'll get back to
The angle at which that comes from is not malice. It's love because they actually want the kid to do well. And maybe that's the wrong decision. Maybe the kid is like a freaking, I don't know, like Picasso or whatever, right? Maybe they are. Maybe they
Why
are the
does
next
it not
Picasso, who
matter
knows?
how the kid feels?
Why does it not matter? I mean, of course it matters how the kid feels, but like reality still exists, right?
So you
Feelings,
think that you can like
feelings and reality have to be balanced, right?
what does that mean?
Say you had a kid that said, you know, it's my dream to shit on the sidewalk. Like I want that to be my job. I'm gonna shit on the sidewalk, and I want people to pay me for it. Wouldn't you be like, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's viable. It's kind of weird. Like I don't know. Maybe not.
Dude, you can see and
The pain,
the
yeah.
YouTuber's face, like, what the fuck am I listening to?
Where am I? Why am I here? Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, if you compare being gay to shitting on the fucking sidewalk, it's kind of hard to, like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Dude, this honestly gives me the I show speed, like trying to hold in the laughter face.
Yeah.
Just because the kid wants it doesn't mean that it's real. The
So fucking stupid. This person's like 0 IQ. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they just argue, like, a lot of these people, they're contrarians, they bounce around from point to point, they don't even understand their own arguments, otherwise they would realize how they're being kind of dumb, but they're not. Like,
Yeah, it's like parents finding out that sweet spot to abuse their kid enough so that they are somewhat funny but not weird. Good comedians suffer for their comedy.
There needs to be like a better study in
want to
order
go
to
to
like actually like study the long-term effects and whatnot, and also like the changes that like come from a trans woman not actually going through puberty, but instead like actually transitioning early on. The sample sizes are just small. It's like really difficult.
So okay, so let's say I accepted that premise, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say hypothetically,
Yeah.
we accept your premise, and that trans. This has nothing to do with how I feel about trans kids. This is a hypothetical. Say I said in this hypothetical, trans kids, okay, if you transition before the age of, I don't know, 10, then then sure.
I mean,
You can participate in women's sports, but everyone else, nope.
Help
Past
Puppy in
10,
my
nope.
chat said if your
mean-
kid wants to be a VTuber, if your kid wants to be a VTuber, you need to balance reality with emotion.
You should probably treat that as equal as shitting on the street for a
Yeah, I
living.
mean, pretty much. You're like, damn.
Equally as
they raised you
embarrassing.
right.
You're embarrassing yourself. This dream is an embarrassment, kiddo. You're embarrassing me.
When does puberty start?
I don't-
10 would be like precocious puberty, you know? That's where you would get like puberty blockers, so to delay it until you're like
Let's say
12
8
or
then.
something.
Let's say 8. Let's go even. Let's just go like maximum. Let's just go 8. So like say they get whatever blockers at 8. For sure, 100%. 100% they don't have any male puberty, right? And if I said that was okay, sure, but we banned literally anyone else, 9 years old, 10 years old, 11, 12, banned for life. Are you okay with that?
I mean, the average.
Because that's the issue, right? That's what you're bringing up, right? You're bringing up, well, what about 8-year-olds? Okay, fine. What if I give you that, but we ban everyone else? You okay with that?
No.
So it is obviously like difficult for me to like find a balance, and obviously I don't know enough about like in general there aren't like
Like
enough
we're talking about
studies with like decent
puberty
sample sizes in order
blockers
to-
before puberty. If a kid, wait, so what was their cutoff line? Was it 10, 11? I mean, most normal applications of puberty blockers for precocious puberty are like for that age because they're going through puberty early. So like what it wouldn't really matter. It's not a hormone treatment. It's a disruptor. Like, huh? What?
Yeah,
Did I
they
miss
think there's
something?
going to be like permanent side effects or some shit like that.
Yeah, and Yara's already gone through the osteoporosis thing. And that's why I say like as long as they either just let their normal hormone like they go off the puberty blockers and they let their normal hormones like take over, or if they have hormone treatment, they will have normal bone density relative to other people in their gender. Like it doesn't this person is just they're not they're not operating with a full box. I don't know, like
They're missing some crowns in the box.
yeah.
Um, yeah, like what if they transition to eight? If I let them take the transit, like let them transition transports, or what if we do the cutoff where like if they take it by 9, they're cut off from sports because it's too much development. It's just like you're like trying to hit at a cutoff when that's not how it works. Like every individual is different and is going to grow different too. So like it's not even realistic to have like a strict cutoff in terms of this kind of thing. Like I don't know if I don't think it will work like that at all.
No,
Like-
I mean
Let's assume this is all true.
Mhm.
Let's assume that it is true. That, for the sake of argument, let us assume that it is 100% true that that trans women
Oh,
are
I might have
12% faster.
misunderstood the
Let's assume that the study is correct. Under that assumption, in this meta world, would you agree with banning all trans people if we say, okay, puberty never touched you, fine, you can play. Everyone else, banned, 100%, because of the advantage. Because you said that, well,
But then you would have to
what
be
about
like
people that
logically
haven't had it?
consistent. Then you would
I
be
am
like
logically
anyone who is faster than the average should be banned.
No. It's a buff. So the average is across, like, there's average for men and there's average for women. There's going to be people that are below
buff.
average, both in men and
it's a
women.
buff. It's a buff.
According to the
Jesus
study,
Christ.
being trans is like a 12% buff of speed.
I mean, that's not what it
Against women.
means.
I mean, that's what it said. It's 12% faster, right? That's what the study says. So if we say that the people that have that biological advantage due to male puberty,
So,
we just eliminate all of those people from being able to play in sports. Everyone else can
in the
join.
summary, I'm going to like read the whole paragraph. The 15 to 31% athletic advantage that trans women displayed over their female counterparts prior to starting gender-affirming hormones declined with feminizing therapy. However, trans women
fine.
still had a 9% faster mean run speed after the 1-year period of testosterone suppression that is recommended by World Athletics for inclusion in women's
Oh, wait,
events.
where's that?
Also, you have to keep in mind too, if this worked with race too, if black women were faster or inherently, or any other like different race were faster than any other for women, are we gonna like make the generalized statement of
Right.
like, well, since they're faster, do we like ban all black women or any other race or that could
What?
be potentially faster? How's this function?
Nyara is doing the ultimate bane of any transphobe, which is that they're actually reading the study. Like that's the thing though, is that the 12% buff thing is not even, this is a stupid premise, and like that's what they're getting into. Because if it's a 12% advantage if they go through a male puberty at some point and then it dissipates after a year, then the group of people who would reasonably like throughout their time in school have to be like judged on this metric and disqualified, like that would have to be reevaluated every year, and the people who have engaged in feminizing hormones don't have the same advantage. So it's like the advantage is only in a very specific group like that they're worried about, and that's a percentage of a percentage of a percentage that can be handled on a fucking individual basis because we're all human beings and we're capable of nuance. Like we're capable of saying, hey, this person is 6 foot tall, 300 pounds, and they're participating in the women's boxing. Okay, well for the safety, like we're probably not gonna let you compete for one reason or another. But I would still say they should probably get a reason. They should probably be allowed to compete, and then it should be, like, once again, just evaluated. Like
Yeah,
it's
they're
and that's such a
treating
fucking
it-
outlier case. That's such an insane outlier case that like, what the hell?
they're treating it like it's like a one size fits all. Like this is a D&D buff, like Dungeons and Dragon buff for all trans people. Like all trans people get a 12% boost in speed. Or trans women get a 12% boost in speed because
This person thinks in
prior-
video game terms.
yeah, it's just stupid. It's just like That's unfathomably stupid, but
In the
I just brought
summary.
up- in the summary. Says that it's okay or not. There's still a 9% advantage. That would just be appealing to. Well, yeah. So there's still an advantage. It doesn't really matter whether or not the World Athletics Association says that it's okay or not. There's still a 9% advantage. That would just be appealing to authority, right? I'm saying
This person is so debate brained. This person is so debate brained. You're appealing to authority. You're citing a study. You're citing a study and a medical body that's supposed to evaluate this in their judgment on whether or not it's a competitive advantage. That's an appeal to authority. I fucking hate these people. Oh my god. Into the. I'm not gonna call the violence.
there's no way this person just said this. Dude. I want to smack the shit out of that VTuber's fucking face.
Yara's character is about to like fall off the side of the screen. He's like, I give up. Fucking.
I was
Person
giving
is
some
so patient.
charitability that this person's just ignorant, but like I
Alpuppy
think
says,
it's
by
a
this
little-
logic, yeah, I want to ban the Dutch from sports. Fucking assholes being on average the tallest population in the world. God damn, yeah.
I think I know what this person's doing now, so
They're just being a contrarian.
that trans women have a cheat 9% buff, even according to the lowest statistics in here. It would be 9%. That's still a lot. Again, if you're talking speed sports, like we're talking like fraction of a second victories that occur in this. World records being set on the fraction of a second.
So the thing is like, okay, the average running speed for recreational adult is around
every
8
trans woman gets a 9% buff.
to 12 kilometers per hour or 5 to 7.5 miles per hour. This
Oh
varies
my God.
significantly by gender and fitness level. Men typically have a
Oh, I can
higher
almost
average
get
speed than
patchy,
women,
you
running
know?
around 9.4 to 10.6
Just do
kilometers
the-
per hour, while
do the
women
gender
average
patch, do
8.4
the
to
race
9.6.
I mean, it says here
Uh,
in the study. I mean, it says straight
Elite
up right there.
sprinters can
Even at
reach
the lowest,
speeds over
9%.
30 kilometers per
We
hour.
did the
Like,
VTuber patch as well.
younger
Yeah, seriously.
runners
Especially
are
with
generally
voice mods
faster with
now.
more speed and endurance. So well-trained older runners can maintain their
Yeah.
pace. So
Yeah, I mean, it says 9%, right? I mean, it just straight up says right there. I mean, 9%, 9% faster mean run speed. That's like the lowest, right? That's not taking the 12% figure.
when it comes to
Like, there's two
46
different
trans
figures you're
women in the United States Air Force,
Yeah, I mean, we could totally say that this is a bonk study. I mean, I'm totally fine with saying that, but I mean, I guess I mean, let's assume for the question, let's assume that it's
I
true.
mean, so
That there is a 9%. If there is a 9%, if that is true, if we assume that that's true, right? And of course, if that's not true, then all of this gets thrown away. But if we assume that that's true, and we allowed like
Yeah, they're already doing it.
trans
This study's true.
girls that haven't been touched by hormones, we allow them to participate in the sports, would you agree with banning everyone else?
So the problem that I have with like this study is that it went for 1 year, and we do not know
Mhm.
how further the differences diminish after 2 years.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yes, but hypothetically, let's assume that that's true.
I mean,
just for
okay,
sake of
there are a
argument.
lot of like hypotheticals, and I just
It's
don't want to
just
like
philosophy.
I just like don't want to like always like assume and like base that
Well, if
like
it's
things are
wrong-
like true and whatnot.
Well, if it's
like,
wrong, then you would change your mind. Then we would change our minds, right? Because if
Would you?
it's proven in the future, yeah, if it's proven wrong in the future, we'll change our mind about it. I'm trying to see like what would you think if this was true, right? Because that we can come to a conclusion as to how you would feel about this. If
the
it
thing
were
is
true.
like my issue.
Why don't you just look at the current stance of how the current stats of how it's all going as it is,
Right. Like, are these
and
people
then make a
significant
determination of how
outlier?
wrong it is.
Yeah.
And when you look at that, it's like I don't know, man. Like I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like I'm still kind of like I'm not like fully like I can kind of see a general premise of where like you can have like an argument where there might be an advantage. Like I'm not fully like closed off on that like idea. But like I'm not given enough to be like, wow, this needs to be, you know, handled right away. Like I don't think so. I'm not seeing the stats to like have like this, you know, this grievance, like this
Yeah.
serious grievance with it. Like I'm just not.
No, these
If
people
you're giving
were
me
like,
any of those stats, let me know when all the trans people start like doing some crazy shit, outperforming, doing some LeBron ass shit, and in women's sports or whatever. Trans women just going all out, overwhelming the competition every time they're in. Then maybe we'll have a conversation. Maybe. Well, it varies. I have to see the stats first.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling they don't care. It doesn't matter what the stats are. It's just gonna cry anyway. Let's give this stupid fuck one more minute.
all right.
it comes to like these things is like obviously when you're taller, when you have like longer legs, you probably run faster than someone with shorter legs. So would you ban someone, a cis woman who is
No, because we're going off gender lines specifically.
So like you
We're
don't
going off of
actually
gender
care
lines
about
specifically.
like tall women being, I don't know, 10% faster
No,
on average than
basically
short
women.
women.
All women. And I'm even including trans women in this. And the trans women have the advantage by 9%, according to the lowest statistics on the study. So assuming that trans women have a buff that makes them 9% faster just by being trans across
they
all,
don't.
like you take all women.
They
But
don't.
they don't.
That's not how an
Even
average of a population works, especially when it's such a fucking small sample size. What do you mean?
Even keeping this in mind, tall women get an advantage. Tons of other different, like, certain sex of women might have certain advantages in other ways. Like, scientifically speaking, probably. Like,
I mean, the real argument is like
within
the change to
nurture or
competition.
whatever.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say the change to competition is not significant to exclude the small amount of children who identify as trans, and especially like I said, if there's an extreme outlier, if it's a safety issue, then sure. If it's just a fucking competition issue, then who the hell cares? Like advocate for weight classes then for the same fucking reason because you want healthier competition, and some people are divided by socioeconomic status, by their fucking build, everything like that, and it does make it so that you just can't get ahead. You're not given the same fucking advantages. It's the same exact thing. God, like. This person just can't engage with that concept, and I think that's what's frustrating about this, that they're just like,
You put all women into
this buff. Like, just shut up with the buff. It doesn't even work like that. God.
So assuming that trans women have a buff that makes them 9% faster just by being trans across all, like you take all women, you put all women into a box, and you take all trans women, you put all trans women into the box. The trans women have a 9% buff. If they have the same background, they have the same training, same genetics, as close as it can be genetically.
It's not how it works, though. You're like,
Let me
in this hypothetical, all the same things. That's not how it works, though.
let me set up a hypothetical situation, a hypothetical universe that I'm right. I love
In a
this. I love this
hypothetical
one.
reality,
This is my favorite.
Tactical Templar is getting raped in another world, and he enjoys it. He enjoys being raped, and it's feeling the Earth's supply, and everyone is at world peace, and because of his rape, because of his constant rape by everyone in the world. Like they're getting like tons and tons of food supply, and tons of different advances in science or whatever, in this hypothetical world, like sure, in this hypothetical world where like Leaflet, like you're like exposed as a lolly enjoying, like a lolly degenerate, like scumbag masturbator, fucking, I don't know, like you're just like a degenerate all around. You're just like a trans person that like is self-hating or whatever. And a hypothetical, like, yeah, we can do a hypotheticals about tons of different things, but that's not the case. We live in this reality where that's not happening.
I feel like this exact discourse has gone on in my server with one of my
The trans woman is not
my acquaintances that argues just like this fucking person, and it's infuriating to me. Like it's just a loop. It's a loop. It's an infinite fucking loop with these people because they can't engage with the concept. And you kind of have to get them. You have to target them on other topics where you have to be like, oh, is this an inherent value? Do you think that there should be more equality in kids' sports generally? They don't give a fuck. They're just arguing on this narrow little thing that they think is a win, and they're completely disaffected from the reality of it, which is that, yeah, there's not very many fucking trans kids in the first place. Those that are trans don't seem to have a significant advantage, even in terms of, like, it scoring at the highest level. And even when we see them scoring at the highest level, it's not that fucking different, and it's entirely based on the sport, and it's entirely based on the individual. Holy shit, like, these people are, I just keep repeating myself. It's a loop.
All right, I'll let them finish their sentence.
Yeah.
9% faster, right? That's if you were to separate them, it would be 9% faster. This entire group. Would you be okay with banning them if we have the carve out for you for the people that are untouched?
I don't understand why trans women need to be banned, but like cis women with an unfair advantage, they shouldn't be banned.
Simple as that.
Yeah. Simple
as that. I don't know why you're upset about trans women having some sort of advantage, and then cis women, it's like, here's our advantages. No. Then it's different.
Right. Right. They're just you
Alright.
can just tell it's a very narrow fucking premise. All right, but that was yeah, good. More interesting than I thought it was gonna be. I mean, Nyara clearly knows their shit. They came prepared, so it was a good.
Yeah, the
you know.
biggest grievance I have with Nara is that they're a VTuber.
That's fair.
about
That's
it.
valid. Yeah. I know some decent
Yeah.
VTubers, so doing some all right work
I
out there.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in a decent VTuber. It doesn't exist.
Usually, it's the ones that are like Oni femboys. They're all right, or like Onis in general. I don't know. I have a soft spot, but
Right.
yeah. Yeah.
Patch the
fun-
universe. Patch the universe.
Patch
Good.
the
Good
universe.
comment. Yeah.
We definitely need
oh,
a serious balance patch, but I don't think I would start with trans kids.
I think I was gonna say something. Just wait. Hold on. Oh wait. I was gonna ask you. What do you think is the cutoff line for if you were to like make a review of something? I was just wondering to myself, am I being too harsh on Mahler for making a 17-hour review on a Star Wars video game?
Ooh,
What do you think is
no.
appropriate? Like 6 hours to rant about a video game, a dumb video game? What do you think is like too long? What do you think is too short?
I personally don't have an upper limit when it comes to really long, like when it comes to like video game in-depth retrospectives, like when it goes into the history, the mechanics, and all that. Like I listen to that stuff when I go to sleep. So honestly, that sounds amazing. If they have a decent voice, great. If their audio quality is shit and their production quality is shit, then what the hell? You just wasted so much time recording that.
I
that's where
was
I'm at.
just looking at it, and I'm like, I get if you're doing like a live stream show or whatever, and you want to challenge yourself, you want to do something unique or whatever. Like say for example, like I've been trying to find like one specific topic, one specific person to rant on for like
Mhm.
24 hours straight as like a challenge, like a fun little challenge.
Yeah.
But like, it's like another thing where I'm like, you make like a video edit of like ranting about some like gay Star Wars game that I've never like ever cared to even pick up, and I'm just like, I can't imagine spending like, you have to remember it's like a video essay. It's not just like a live stream. You're not just sitting down talking about it for
Right.
like 17 hours. You're like doing like hardcore edits,
Geez,
like
what's
for
the
a
name of the
long period of
channel?
time to talk about this stupid shitty fucking game. It's just I don't know.
mean,
It's like,
I've definitely listened to 9-hour long video essays in my sleep, granted, that were about some obscure fucking Atari game I've never played. And yeah, I
Oh.
mean, I don't. There's content for everybody. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I haven't watched any of Mahler's content. So does he typically do like long form video game dissections? Is this gonna be like do you
does,
think
like,
this is gonna be content of 17 hours
movie.
or?
I'm not covering it. Fuck no, because I don't care. Well,
Yeah.
first of all, and it's too long. Even if I did remotely care.
Yeah. It's
He usually does like reviews of movies, and it's like, I kind of get it, but it's like his like gimmick is like, I'll spend 6 hours ranting about like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania and nitpick every single detail of that. It's a shitty movie. Or like Last Jedi, I'll like rant about that for like hours on end, and it's like, I don't know. Like I feel like most of these people kind of ruined like movie criticism for me, where it feels like the gimmick is everything wrong with, and I have to nitpick like every single little thing, and it's just like the most pretentious, cringy shit that
Yeah.
like makes like watching TV and movies unbearable, because then it gets in your brain and you're like, this is gay. Like this is gay to be like this like overly analytical and pretentious.
I wonder if that is just like the audience and the, like I said, the general pull of it. Because when I try to think of movie review content, I usually put it on in the background, something I'm not paying attention to a lot, something I've already watched. So I guess like if there's an audience for it, they'll do it. And obviously he felt the need to record that. So I imagine there's somebody that's gonna listen to it. But geez.
Well,
But yeah, obviously,
that-
would you say that
It's not
there's
that
like
nobody should do it. It's just that I think it's cringe. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. I was just getting your opinion on.
it's definitely, it's like I said, I can't say it's cringe because I would probably, if that came up in my autoplay, I would not click away. I would be like, all right, fine, whatever. I'm along for the ride.
Like, if I had spare time, I'd play it in 4x speed out of curiosity. But like,
Yeah.
I'm not sitting there. I'm not gonna listen to it. Even like on and off thing, listen to like 17 hours worth of like one shitty video game. Like,
What
would
a,
be-
there was a
yeah.
specific one. I don't think it was KOTOR. No.
Oh, it's Star Wars Outlaws.
No, yeah, I'm saying there's another
Oh,
very long review of a Star Wars game. I'm not sure if it's KOTOR or SWTOR, but I can't find it right now. But yeah, it's I don't know. Like I said, there's an audience. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, it's cringe. It's definitely content that only exists because an algorithm has directed this content to people so many times, and through iterations it has evolved into this monstrosity. I will give it that. But yeah, like I said, I've adapted to this world. I don't know.
all right. Well,
Yeah. All right.
I'm getting out of here. I gotta
Have a
get
good
some sleep.
one. Have a fun stream. Bye. All right, now it's just us guys. Now it's just me. I'm gonna hop on my own live. Why not? So we do have some content for the rest of the night. Welcome in. Anybody still watching? I'll change my titles over so that we're just going over. So there's a video that Blaire White put out recently that made me laugh, and that's rare. Because usually it just makes me like have a visceral disgust whenever I watch a Blaire White video. This one in particular, I saw the thumbnail and I was like, surely this is going to be a measured dissection of her past takes and stuff like that. She's gonna have to. Let me pull up the video first. I'm gonna set up here because holy shit, this is a fun one. Blaire White, as you know, trans activist, used to live in California, or not trans activist, she's a TERF, man. She's a trans woman who has basically gone her entire career pointing out the quote-unquote bad transes, the problematic transes, the people that are trying to trans your kids. She's made a career stoking up this moral panic. And in particular, she had a lot of, I feel like she had a lot of fucking videos. Let me look this up as well. About Jeffree Star when he was going through makeup YouTuber drama. So let me look this up. I should have looked this up beforehand. Yeah, by Jeffree Star, you're a monster, my experience. Jeffree Star was right about pronouns 2 years ago. Let's see. Jeffree Star. She has some stuff with Adam McIntyre. Anyways, let me pull this up for us. Also, welcome in, anybody just coming in. We are checking out some trans tens, I guess, today. Technically Blaire White. There's also a creator that I want to show later that I just thought, like, her video essay that I was recommended was really fucking awesome. Or their video essay. Like, it covers a lot of interesting topics that I think are a particular problem on the left. So that's gonna come later. But first we have some fucking absolute slop. This video by Blaire White came up in my recommended. Wait, Jeffree Star is based? Jeffree Star, as you might know, has allegations of both mistreating men. I think he has a couple sexual assault allegations. He has scammed people. He has put out bad lines of product. He has said a lot of turfy kind of shit in the past as well. But essentially, I think it was the, let's see. So this guy apparently has used tasers on people around him for fun. He preyed on men, non-consensual oral sex, groping at his music performances. Yeah, basically Jeffree Star is one of those people that comes off like the early 2000s like alt creator that got a lot of attention and thought that it was just okay for them to be a total sexual deviant. So let's get into it. What the fuck is Jeffree Star based about?
You can only be a man, a woman, or trans. So there is
Blaire White
this
is
piece
so
of
fucking
shit
ugly,
named
by the way,
Lily
man.
Tino,
Like, it's...
who is pretending to be trans and recently went into the women's restroom at Disneyland.
So let's look at Lily Tino's response because, you know, Big Lily, Big L, taking big L's this year, Lily, does have a response.
I took those photos with a very clear goal.
Why does Blaire, like, the way she does this weird contour around her lips, it just kind of looks like she ate somebody's shit and didn't clean off her face very well. Are we seeing this? By the way, I fucking hate Blaire White. I don't even know who this Lily Tino person is, but I'm probably going to be caping for them in this video just because I fucking hate Blaire White, so let's get into it. Move my worm over here so you don't see that I'm translucent. Matt. Alright.
In mind.
This is a net positive that he's doing this, but I would just be so fake if I didn't tell this story. Welcome back to the Blaire White Project podcast. I am your host, Blaire White. That's obvious. It's the day after Thanksgiving. I'm feeling very bloated. Your host is bloated today, and I didn't really want to get on camera
Yeah, you didn't even fucking clean your face.
because of that. I'm just feeling very large and in charge from all the food. However, I'm here, and thank God I ate beforehand because I know I'm about to lose my appetite talking about some of these hoes and reading some of these stories. But first up, we have a Jeffree Star story. Let's see. Jeffree Star is getting dragged for, quote, transphobic comments made on podcast. So I saw a couple like short clips. I didn't want to watch them because I wanted to watch them here with you guys and see what's going on. Can someone remind, I like don't even remember the beef I have with Jeffree Star. I feel like there was definitely something that happened prior to the pandemic before we all incurred brain damage. But I feel like
Shit. No! Why did I accidentally...
You
Fuck.
can only
I have to... Fuck.
being dragged for, quote,
Okay, sorry, we have to listen to Blaire White again for just a second. Oh no, she has an ad. Like... Where was I? I was like here.
your host is bloated today. However, I'm here, and thank God I ate beforehand because I know I'm about to lose my appetite talking about some of these hoes and reading some of these stories. But first up, we have a Jeffree Star story. Let's see. Jeffree Star is getting dragged for, quote, transphobic comments made on podcast. So I saw a couple like short clips. I didn't want to watch them because I wanted to watch them here with you guys and see what's going on. Can someone remind, I like don't even remember the beef I have with Jeffree Star. I feel like there was definitely something that happened prior to the pandemic before we all incurred brain damage.
We didn't all incur brain damage during the pandemic, Blaire. You became a full-on conspiracy theorist. You incurred the brain damage. It's not a general fucking problem. It's just you. Also, great pause.
But I feel like, you know, anything that happened before the pandemic is definitely a different run of the simulation. Like, we definitely timeline leaped, so I don't really remember. But regardless, put it in the comments if you remember. But let's watch the clips.
Nowadays, we have grown men with beards wearing dresses going into the women's restroom. When I was younger, any normal
We also have grown women with beards going into the women's restroom, getting harassed. Just want to point that out.
person that felt like they were born in the wrong body was trying to be passable, and they were really wanting to live their life as a woman. And if you really think psychologically you were born in the wrong body, unfortunately, it's like a mental illness. But people hear illness and they just have a full spiral.
You know what the fucking mental illness is? And this is my real take on gender. The real mental illness is the pressure to perform gender. The pressure to perform gender. So if you are going to be hyper-focusing on people's bodies in their bathroom, what's much more likely to happen than a trans woman assaulting a woman is, one, a man assaulting a woman in a bathroom, just a straight up man, not because of any lack of security, but just because it doesn't really take much for a man to walk into a bathroom and assault a woman. It happens all the fucking time. Okay? Two, it's much more likely that a cis woman is going to be harassed by somebody who's transphobic in a bathroom because they look like they don't belong there. Because, you see, the thing is that people express, like, secondary sexual characteristics in all different sorts of ways. Okay? Like, this whole policing over people's bodies, especially by these people who are very clearly performative in their appearance. They want to exclude other people, like, with the way that they look. Like, Blaire is very big on the, oh, you just have to pass, sweetie. You just have to pass, sweetie. Clicks nails. Like, how about it shouldn't fucking matter if you're not a rapist?
So
Pause. Tell me he didn't watch a Blaire White video before going on this podcast. Dump this brown powder in your coffee and become 27% harder to kill.
Oh my
So this
God.
is Black Forest
I almost want to skip this ad, but it's so fucking...
high flavanol cocoa.
All these stupid right-wing grifters, they got this stupid fucking supplement. You don't know where this shit came from. I doubt it's even made in America. I'm gonna
powder,
look
and
into this,
here is
actually.
what is insane. A study with 21,000 people showed that this might reduce a heart attack by 27%. Cocoa flavanols keep your arteries flexible.
Oh, wait. I'm actually so glad I didn't skip
Your
the
coffee
ad.
and become 27% harder to kill. So this is Black Forest high flavanol cocoa powder, and here is what is insane. A study with 21,000 people showed that this might reduce a heart attack by 27%. Cocoa flavanols keep your arteries
It might reduce a heart attack, but it might reduce a heart attack by 27%. I don't know. Could you even say that? Holy shit. I need to look into this. I'm gonna look into this company as well, while this is... Oh, this is playing. This is a wretched creature that we're looking at today. And we're probably gonna go back and look at her old Jeffree Star video just to see how fucking petty that shit was as well. Also, yeah, help Epi. Shit, what did you just say? Oh, fuck. Where did I put it? I don't have my chats up anymore. There it goes. I hate Blaire. Yeah, Blaire's lighting setup is kind of like the ring lighting that they do for like all the Netflix shows, so that like actors don't look their age anymore, because apparently aging is fucking sin. Like these
flexible.
people are so superficial. To them, aging is sin. And, like, being human is a sin. Like, that's why she looks the way she fucking does. Ugh.
And in regular chocolate, 90% of the flavanols are destroyed during the processing. It's kind of like the difference between putting water in your gas tank or high octane. And Harvard ran this study called the Cosmos trial, which was the biggest study on cocoa ever. So I'm going to show you this video with Dr. Eric Berg, one of the most watched health educators on YouTube, where he talks about all the benefits of cocoa.
Amazing benefits for the heart. Decreased blood pressure because you're getting increase in nitric oxide, which actually helps the smooth muscle of the arteries. Now, the blood pressure effect can also happen due to high levels of magnesium. It's also loaded with iron and potassium and copper and phosphorus and zinc. Number 2, it can increase your HDL, decrease your LDL, especially the oxidized LDL. Number 3, major studies showing the decrease in the risk of heart disease.
And that is exactly why I switched to Black Forest high flavanol cocoa. It's not candy, it's performance fuel. Every scoop delivers the same active compounds that Harvard researchers linked to
That is certainly a look, right?
cardiovascular support, better blood flow, and even sharper
Welcome in,
focus.
Smack,
Think of
by
it
the
like
way.
your insurance policy. Inside-out protection for your heart, brain, and stamina. So I've been putting this in my coffee every single morning. It's the first thing I put in my body every single day, and I'm telling you, within 10 regular cups. And here's what's going to be filling and force your pass. And the Blaire White video, like to the
Alright,
podcast. I feel like I could close my
Stupid
eyes.
fucking...
And this is just a Blaire White video. Like,
So this new age of weirdos and predators trying to pretend they're
Also, yeah, it's like it's a Blaire White video because you have no fucking talking points, because it's the same tired talking points. Oh, welcome, Jelted Spirit. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate it.
trans or pretend they're this and harm women and children, that's my issue.
and thank you for saying pretend to be trans, because I feel like that point is so lost, and we've been so, like...
Gatekeeping, here's what it is. Gatekeeping. If there's a man who puts on a dress to get into a bathroom and they try to rape a person, that is not a trans woman, that's a rapist. And even if they're a trans woman and they try to rape a person, that's not indicative of all fucking trans people. That is a trans person happens to be a fucking rapist. I hate this. I hate this logic. I hate this stupid gatekeeping. These fake trans people don't belong here. This is just body policing. There's really no other way to get around it. And it does impact cis people. Like this whole idea that we should be we should be investigating people in the bathroom. It only leads to actual just normal ass fucking cis women getting harassed because they have endocrine problems. And it's not even okay for, like I said, it's not even okay in the case with the fucking trans people being harassed either, because I can't just keep
in the
looping on
trenches with
trans
all
shit.
this trans stuff that we forget. It's like, at the end of the day, yeah, trans is like living as a woman, pretending to be a woman, whatever. But like, these people are so much further down the
welcome
totem
in,
pole. They're
pal.
like pretending to be trans. they're really that far in the trenches that they're pretending to be somebody who pretends to be trans because they're a pervert. So that is an important distinction. By the way, I have a really...
This is a moral panic. These people don't fucking exist. Like I said, if you're worried about women getting raped in bathrooms, the threat is not coming from trans women or people trying to dress up like trans women. There's not this problem. Even when you see these videos of like, oh, there was this person who obviously looked like they were born male in this space. You know what? They're just getting harassed. They're not doing anything wrong. They're just fucking existing. Oh.
I don't know what it is about me and Jeffree Star. I just have stories.
I'm the worm.
Like, there's a story I want to tell in a second. We're going to keep watching the clip. I think he's about to drag Lily Tino, which is good. And we're going to watch Lily Tino's reaction, by the way. But I do have a Jeffree Star story.
So there is this piece of shit named Lily Tino who is pretending to be trans and recently went into the women's restroom at Disneyland. Disneyland's for children. Yes, there's adults that like Disney. We know that. And the camera's rolling. I'm sorry, there's a 7-year-old that just walked behind you. Why the fuck are you?
I don't know much about this Lily Tino person, but what the fuck are they saying? Like, how this gatekeeping? What are you referring to? Pretending to be trans because they don't pass? Is that really what this is, Cal? Like, because these two freaks think that Lily Tino doesn't pass? Is that really? Because if I was in a bathroom with Lily Tino and these two people, I know which one I would be most concerned about. Blaire looks like the kind of Hispanic fucking bimbo maxing person who would beat the shit out of you and pull out your hair.
In a little training bra and lipstick, clearly with a man's voice, in the women's restroom filming. Rage bait, attention. These things did not exist 10 years ago. So people love to misconstrue.
But if this Lily Tino person was filming in a bathroom, that's the real concern, right?
What I said, and that's really what I meant. And I think that we should be protecting women and children at all costs these days.
Lily Tino is a piece of shit. Very much so. 8 with that. And Lily Tino did respond. We're going to watch the response. But also the little training bra comment took me out. Yeah, I think it is a really important distinction. These people pretend to be trans. And really, I feel like it's just like social media. I was thinking about it the other day, like it really was a wrap when social media was invented. Like I've made a living.
Oh my God. Okay, let's hear this.
Off of it. I would not take it away. Like it is what it is. But it's really social media is when everything kind of just ended. Just like he mentioned back in the day when it comes to trans. And I have mutual friends with Jeffree that are trans. I know he's close with a lot of trans people. So that's why he's kind of explaining it the way he is. Like, yes, God forbid we remind people that that's what it used to be about. It used to be about actually living as a woman and acclimating to society and just the social contract of.
And this is why right-wingers can't even answer what is a woman. Like, what are you talking about? Also, Cal, I didn't notice you rated me. Thank you. And thank you so much for rating me, Cal. I appreciate that. Awesome. Welcome in, everybody. We're going to be going over Blaire White content. Then we have a channel that I want to check out that I think is fucking awesome. You can call it libslop. You can call it breadtube. I think that they're fucking cool as hell. So we're going to be going after that.
First of all, just the social.
I might watch the other Jeffree Star video just to go back in
time
time and see what Blaire's issue with Jeffree Star was in the past. To see all of the. Basically, she's even said it in this video. He's just saying like this woman just is looking in a fucking vanity mirror right now. That's what this entire video is about. She's like, oh my God, you're so right, queen. You agree with me. We're saying all the right fucking shit. Like,
even you with trans, which is like nobody wants an issue in the bathroom. And if you do, that's automatically a huge issue. But yeah, like you used to actually try to give the appearance and demeanor of a woman. And if you couldn't, then you couldn't be trans. And it just was what it was. But now
that's never how it's fucking worked. That's never how it has worked. That is never how it has worked. Basing it off of people's subjective judgment is, like I said, how the world that Blaire lives in is one where she feels so much pressure to look the way that she does, or she is going to be insecure. She has to project that onto everybody else. She has to think that everybody else has to be just as insecure with her body as she is, or they're not trans. You can't have a different experience than her, or you're not trans. You can't be going through a different part of your life, or you're not trans. You couldn't have transitioned later in life, or you're not trans. That's what Blaire is saying right here. And these people don't interact in the general public. I feel like if they did, they would realize how, I mean, no. it's not even about that. They're descriptors.
Yeah,
They're
people
descriptors,
like this.
man.
And obviously, you know, but I do have a story. I'm so sorry because I agree with Jeffree Star, and honestly, I do feel like this is important that somebody, I'll say this before I tell this story, which is kind of like, ooh, I'm going to give Jeffree his props. He definitely is doing what I have been, you know, begging the rest of the LGBT community to talk about forever. And so it is good to see that there are people with a big platform that are talking like this, because this is a cultural shift that needs to happen, not just
You just want to be the only fucking good trans. You want to separate yourself because you have this life experience where you understand gender dysphoria, but you want to cut the line off right there. You want to be the only trans person, and your standards are the ones that fucking go.
outside of the community, but within it, right? Like that's the key to actually.
And Blaire, listen, they want you to detransition. They think that they hate you for the fact that you said that you're Christian because you're trans, and they don't think that you can be trans and be Christian at the same time. They are going to come for you.
Changing things. So this is and
I won't be happy about it. I'm not going to celebrate it. I'm not going to clap, but you know, I won't say it wasn't deserved.
net positive that he's doing this, but I would just be so fake if I didn't tell this story, which is kind of funny. So Jeffree's talking about like men and women's bathrooms, right? Jeffree's a man. Jeffree doesn't identify as anything other than that.
God, I hate how you can hear like every
And y'all
visceral
know,
disgust to this person.
and I still do rock with a throwback, you know, J Star song if you want to put it on. But in high school, I was a Jeffree Star fan, and I went to a couple concerts of his, and one of them, this is just too on the nose and no one's even going to believe it. So my mom was in the restroom at a Jeffree Star concert at the venue that I went to see Jeffree Star play his little music when I was like maybe 16 or 17. And, you know, your mom comes with you to concerts when you're a kid.
We get it. You were groomed.
She's in the women's restroom, obviously, my mother, because she's giving mother. She gave birth to a human being. And Jeffree Star was in the bathroom with his friend, who's also a gay male. And from my mom's perspective, how she told it was, he told my mom, "Get the fuck out of my way, cunt," in the women's restroom.
Are you serious?
Ha 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 ha. Person was a rude fucking celebrity and acted like they owned the place and told my fucking mom to get out of the way, cunt. So funny.
So maybe my mom's lying on Jeffree, but I highly doubt it. This is a story that goes back when I was in high school, right? So, you know, this is, what would this be, like 2008, 2009? So, you know, all's forgiven. But like maybe Jeffree's come to this.
All was not forgiven because you continued to be friends with this person. You continued to associate with them, defend them through some of their dramas, but then ultimately, yes, you did break fucking ties with them. Like,
because he learned a few lessons about being a bit of an issue in a bathroom himself.
And ultimately, I don't think it was, if I remember it correctly, it wasn't even anything that he had done to other people. I think it was just like personal beef. It was like the most petty fucking shit. We're gonna go through it, I guess.
But overall, again, so long ago, things were much different. But how I remember it is he had a big old purse in the women's restroom and pushed past my mom and said, "Get the fuck out my way." Now, why he didn't have a private restroom as talent at the venue, I don't know, but that's what happened. So, you know, my own story aside, again, you know, net positive that Jeffree's talking about this now and came to Jesus a bit, right? So let's look at Lily Tino's response, because, you know, Big Lily, Big L, taking big L's this year, Lily, does have a response.
I took those photos with a very clear goal in mind, which was to show a non-passing trans woman existing peacefully in a bathroom. There are a lot of opinions.
I don't know, this whole like non-passing with Lily Tino, I'm sorry, is a little bit of self-depreciation too, because I don't know if it's just me, but no, I would not assume that Lily Tino is trans on a fucking first glance just by looking at her in a bathroom.
Opinions out there, especially from people like Jeffree, that we're faking it, that we are, you know, just in bathrooms to cause trouble and hurt women and children, and none of that's true. It's ridiculous. Like, we are in the bathroom for the same reason as you. So it begs the question, how do we solve?
But you're not, right? Because and I just hate how everyone overlooks this. And I wish Jeffrey even would have talked about.
Lily Tino is in the bathroom for the same reason as you, Blaire. Do you know what that fucking reason is? To fucking piss. To shit. To shit and piss where, like, in a place where they're not going to be harassed. Because I guarantee you, if you ask me, like, I have always understood that trans people use the bathroom they feel most comfortable in. And generally, like, it does not cause problems in society. It only ever does when there's fucking bigots around, by the way. Like, what do you mean?
This on the thing.
This whole fake trans shit is so retarded to me. It's just, this is the dumbest discourse ever. Like,
it's fine. Like, I feel like no one talks about the fact that Lily Tino was caught talking to a minor. Like, in my videos, I'm not going to go one video ever about this person ever again without talking about it, showing the clip, whatever.
A trans person talking to a minor. Like, think about this in the context as well. Like I said, I haven't looked at the video. If you're recording in a bathroom, generally, I think recording in bathrooms is weird. I understand that Lily Tino wanted to, like, celebrate a little moment for her, but obviously that's a little bit of a privacy issue. If there was anybody else in the bathroom, that's kind of inappropriate. Now, if she recorded herself talking to a kid at Disney afterwards, right? Or even, like, she was recording somebody in a bathroom and say, like, it was near the fucking exit, whatever, like, and then she, like, talks to somebody there, even that's, you know, it's a little weird, but this coding, this fucking pedo jacketing that they always do, like, a trans person talking to a kid is inherently a problem.
Because it's been a rap on you making any sort of, like, doing this act of, like, we're just trying to exist. And about showing a non-passing trans woman existing peacefully. Well, no one would even see that if you didn't have a camera, right? The peaceful thing would have been not to have the camera in. Also,
No, we see it. We see it way more fucking often. Yeah, it might be illegal in some cases. I know that there's, like, recording other people without their consent, especially at Disney World. Probably, like, I think it was investigated probably for that reason. Not because she's considered a predator, because she's a trans woman. Because, yeah, it's kind of a stupid thing to record in a bathroom, generally. Like, what did Blaire, what did this dumb bitch even just say?
Well, no one would even see that if you had
I'm gonna be calling Blaire a dumb bitch a lot in this, probably.
If you didn't have a camera, right? The peaceful thing would have been not to have the camera in. Also, I just really can't do the cherry red lipstick. It's offensive.
So yeah, what I was gonna say is that it's a statement to say, like, hey, I'm in this bathroom, like, I'm just a non-passing trans woman existing peacefully, because you see anytime that a person is quote unquote, like, is caught as a trans woman and they're not considered passing well enough, they get harassed. And the other people pull out their phones. And the other people feel perfectly fucking fine recording the bathroom in that case. And you don't seem to care about that. Like, fuck other people's privacy, I guess.
See, there are certain colors that are offensive on the face. And to be able to pull off a red lip like that.
Oh, honey, you are not about to make up shame somebody. You are not about to make up shame somebody when you took a fucking turd from your little shitty dog and used it as a goddamn lip liner, okay?
I don't know who lied.
Now, I will say that most people do not do well with this red, and it's a bit dark, but it's a look, you know?
Lied to you several times and told you that you could. But it's really not working. And with red hair, I mean, it's giving Ronald McDonald. The hair even like it's giving Ronald.
It's the question, how do we solve the problem of people see us
They're given, like, the fucking the Nazis when they opened the Ark of the Covenant.
Afraid because of what they've heard. It's not actually true.
Is it what they've heard or what the It's what you've shown them. It's actually not what they've heard. See, if there was just this lore, right?
No, you misunderstand. The whole point of the recording in the first place was to say, hey, don't harass me. I'm just a non-passing trans woman existing in a bathroom. Like, not seeming to understand the cycle here, that trans women are being harassed in bathrooms. Like, cis women are being harassed in bathrooms over not passing. Like, this whole idea of passing, this whole idea of policing people's bodies, of, like, we have to have... it's...
That people like you were a problem. But there was never actually any evidence, like you getting caught talking to kids or you being inappropriate in the bathrooms with cameras, right? If that didn't exist...
What is this getting caught talking to kids? The fact that she's so vague about it, and I will look into this a little bit. I have an article up. The fact that she's being so vague about it makes me think that it was literally just interacting with a child at Disney World. Which is pretty normal.
Then maybe you would have an argument, but you don't. So here's another Jeffrey clip.
You can only be a man, a woman, or trans. I am not gay. I am just open and very me. There's obviously a lot of gay people out there that only like a certain thing. That's great. LGB is it. Q and T, get off the alphabet, sweetie. You should be in your own category. Okay? Let me break it down for you straights. Lesbian, gay, and bi. Is that not a sexuality?
That's a sexuality, yes.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You're what you
It's about queer liberation, dude. It's about fucking not understanding. It is about not thinking that there is a way to live based off gender, based off, you know, the things you were born, like it's all the same in that sense. And that's why it is that is why queer, that is why trans is included in this. It's just these are just two toxic as fuck people, basically. Like, you have a gay man who wants to, a gay man of wealth and status who wants to gatekeep a movement for what reason? Like, what is the point of excluding trans people? Like, the only point in doing this sort of you have to pass sort of shit is only if you believe that everybody has to should be striving at maximum at all times to perform maximalist gender. Like, what do you... I genuinely do not understand Blaire White as a person. Like, I don't understand how you can clearly have such severe gender dysphoria and body dysphoria like she does, and not understand how it is causing more societal harm to police people's bodies than ever could come from somebody being inappropriate in a bathroom, like, on a whim. It just...
think your identity has nothing to do with what you're sexually attracted to. So why is T and Q on LGB? And what the fuck that means. LGB, gay, lesbian, and bi, that is your preference of who you are attracted to and what you like. Your identity issues and who you think you are is so separate. I don't agree that they should be together. You can only be...
It's about fucking acceptance and freedom of expression. It's literally about that. That's why they are grouped together, you dumb bitch.
A man, a woman, or trans.
I mean, I agree. I hate the fake ass coalition. I hate that fake ass loyalty. You know what I mean? Because also this whole idea of like it's all one big happy community, it's really not. It's a whole lot of nastiness. It's a whole lot of bullshit. It's a whole lot of people beefing with each other. Gays got issues with lesbians. Lesbians got issues with trans. Trans got issues with gays. It's just, it's a wrap.
Why? Okay, and there's also this false framing that a lot of these TERFs get into as well, where it's like, oh, interpersonal issues between individual gays and bis and lesbians and trans people, that's indicative of like us not having a common goal when it comes to activism. Like, no, we don't have to all be on the same fucking page when it comes to like it is the gatekeepers like you, Blaire, that tries to say, I'm a trans woman and my experience being a trans woman is the only transness that matters and everybody else is just faking it. It is you. You are the problem because you don't understand. Like,
It is interesting he said he's not gay because I thought he was okay with that label. I mean, I literally just thought he was gay. But, you know, it reminds me like this, he does come from the time, and I kind of come from the time, I'm a lot younger than Jeffrey, but I was, you know, I came up in this era where like people didn't have all these labels. You know what I mean? Like I hate that I even have the trans label if I'm being honest. Like people act like I don't know. The last time
Labels, it's also this super, these people are so performative in everything that they do. They don't understand the utility of labels when it comes to communicating between people. They think a label is something, they think that their identity is something that they can bludgeon somebody else with. They don't understand the concept of, if I say to somebody who has identified themselves as part of like the LGBT community, if I say to somebody, oh, like I'm a demi boy, I guess, they understand something from that. That's the purpose of language. That's the purpose of a label, because that can mean something to that person. They can then understand something quickly about me. But beyond that, labels are destructive. Like labels are divisive. Like trying to say like, oh, this person is like, it's a shortcut. It's laziness, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing as well. It's just that when I'm doing it, I'm condensing my identity to a short form. Whereas like, it's, and you can say that there's like an over analysis of people when they identify with a label, but as a trans woman, how can you be against the over identification with a label? It's you are performing a not even just a gender, you are performing an explicit gender. Like you are performing an explicit kind of gender, right?
I said the words I'm
She's
trans
younger.
in real life is like,
Yeah, Blaire is I think Blaire's younger than me actually. Let me look.
I don't even know. When's the last time I had to like, it's just not a thing. Like my I'm trans and I'm Christian
Blaire White
video.
is
It's
the
like,
Blaire White is the same age as me. That's interesting. Okay.
Title is a YouTube title and supposed to be salacious. It's not like I identify with being trans as much as I identify with just being me. You know what I mean? That's why I'm not glued to all these rules that trans people have about how you're supposed to talk about them, how you're supposed to.
No, but this part of your, that's a great pause. This part of your identity, one for the banks. I got distracted by my own fucking pause. No, like, what do you mean? It is a part of your identity. You wouldn't experience gender dysphoria if, like, being a woman wasn't a very large part of your identity. Like, what do you mean? You engage in this freedom of expression where you decide to present yourself a certain way and you decide to tell things about yourself to the rest of society a certain way. You're fucking lying.
Understand it or relate to it. So
Laura Loomer and Blaire White are all the same age as me.
I think we should go in the direction of just Xing out all these labels. It's just so unnecessary. And that's one of the things that is a more spiritually enlightened perspective to have, because we all are human beings no matter what. Right. And maybe that's the key, is just seeing each other as human beings again, and not all of these labels, not all of these little.
But you're labeling people. You are actively labeling people as haves and have-nots. You are othering people. What do you, like... Oh, it's always these people. It's like, man, I'm so against the drama. I'm so against labels and everything.
Things that should be aspects of who you are, not the totality of who you are. And I think we all play into it, so it's not like I'm better than anybody who, you know.
So if somebody thinks that they're trans and they engage in gender affirming care, they take, you know, whatever thing that they need to make them feel more like the gender they want to be, right? Like, this woman is so dumb. She's like making my brain short circuit. Let me go back. Like, let me remember my point.
Who you are. And I think we all play into it, so it's not like I'm better than anybody who, you know, rides these labels out. But some of y'all ride these labels and you don't even fit, like a Lily Tino, right?
I have to go back. This entire segment. Oh my god.
Right. And maybe that's the key, is just seeing each other as human beings again, and not all of these labels, not all of these little things that should be aspects of who you are, not the totality of who you are.
Okay, this is what I was gonna say. So, if somebody is not trying as hard as you to pass, right? Would you say that person is necessarily, like, because if I see somebody who has gone through lots of surgery, who definitely has to take hormones to alleviate their gender dysphoria, everything like that, like, that person is more focused on their gender than somebody like Lily Tino, who identifies as a trans woman and does what they need to affirm themselves and lives their life otherwise. Like, I care way more that Lily Tino is a Disney adult than that she's a trans woman.
And I think we all play into it. So it's not like I'm better than anybody who, you know, rides these labels out. But some of y'all ride these labels and you don't even fit, like a Lily Tino. Right? That is just straight up a pervert. That is just straight up.
Based off what?
A sex pest, a maniac, a disease, a sickness, an illness. Lily Tino should be in prison. How do you get caught talking to kids and you're not in jail? That's what I don't understand. I know.
Get talking to kids? What do you mean? It's not illegal to... If somebody is going around acting weird, talking to children, trying to like lure them away, yeah, you have a case for maybe that person's a fucking creep. But what is this just repairing, or like this repeating of this vague thing? I need to look into this because I feel like this bitch is full of shit.
We don't arrest any of the rich pedos, right? If you're on that Epstein list, you're good. But I thought we still were arresting the poor ones. We can't do nothing about Lily Tino? Really? But shout out to Jeffrey. You know, Jeffrey, if you're watching, I don't remember
Like, it's just insane.
our beef. I don't really have any beef anymore. I'll even forgive you for calling my mom a
Sexual assault allegations, by the way. Jeffree Star has sexual assault allegations against him. Credible ones. He's been dropped by several brands, actually, because of this. So maybe you should remember, if you're concerned about sexual predators so much that just simply talking to children is enough for you to brand somebody a pedophile, maybe you should worry about the person that you've been associating with for most of your career, that you've had many public fallouts about, where you've aired a lot of their drama and gone against them before. Maybe you shouldn't be like, I care so much. I'm such a concerned parent with no children over a person fucking talking to their kid at Disneyland.
It was a different time. I don't know. Thank you so much to Black Forest Supplements for sponsoring this episode of...
Yeah, whatever. I'm sure you're feeding them poison. What was her other video? Van Bundy. Let's see. It was wait, Blaire White, Jeffree Star. It was, bye Jeffree Star, you're a monster. Now we're gonna be watching a 5-year-old
Okay, so
Blaire
I have
White
started
video.
and stopped this video. Okay.
Like, evil changes you, man. Like, I don't know. Is it evil? Is it Botox? She's passing less these days. If we're gonna like try to like categorize it. Her boobs look a little better. Her boobs look a little better.
So I have started and stopped this video 13 times because I am that nervous and scared to make this video. You know,
I mean, I think this is definitely proof that Blaire definitely has body dysmorphia. This is a level of plastic surgery. This is no longer you're just trying to affirm your gender and trying to pass better. This is you want to look like a funhouse mirror because you don't actually see yourself correct anymore. Like, this is, I think that Blaire probably projects a lot of her anxieties that she knows pressures, like that she knows that a lot of her identity as a trans person is motivated not just by her experience in wanting to be a woman and identifying with womanhood, but it's her desire to look a very specific way. Like, she has a neuroticism about this. The second video is 5 years older. Yeah, this is by Jeffree Star, you're a monster. I'm
in the
gonna
past,
check
I've
this out a
definitely
little
not
bit.
been scared of speaking against powerful people or people with more influence.
No, I'm just like, I feel it's insane because I remember Blaire White I used to not be lying when I said that Blaire White's kind of fucking hot. And even from, like, not this forward-facing angle, like, I feel like her jaw stuck out a little bit more than she liked, but she was a pretty woman. Like, I can't say Blaire White is hot anymore. Blaire White is not hot anymore. What the fuck?
Any resources, etc., than frankly I'd ever hope to have. But for some reason, in this instance, I most definitely am, which probably tells you something. And to be frank, as I'm sitting here, tells me that this is probably the exact right thing to do. If I'm this scared to do it, then I probably should be doing it. The idea of doing this video is something that I've gone back and forth on, and that has weighed very heavily on my conscience for about a month, preceding a very disturbing FaceTime call I had with Jeffree Star, who this video is about, as well as other people this video is going to be about as well, which I'll bring in. I was put in a very bad position by Jeffree Star that I don't feel like I deserve to be in, to where I was told things that I'm either silent about and then therefore in a way complicit with some really messed up crap, or I speak about and then put my shit on the line. And I don't feel like it's fair for me to be in that position. And I finally broke yesterday and talked to my childhood best friend about this. And I said, should I be talking about this? I'm scared. She said very plainly, and she's very removed from YouTube and YouTubers and this whole f***ed up world. And she was very honest and said, if this is the right thing to do, if this is where your heart is, then there's no other question. All the consequences, this person having, you know, influence or power or whatever, it doesn't matter. If it's the right thing to talk about, it's the right thing to talk about. So I'm just gonna do it. So contrary to what I think some people think, I have never met Jeffree Star.
She hasn't got any more concise.
We are not friends. He had me blocked for many years on Twitter because I was critical of some of his very bad behavior. And a year ago, if you guys remember, when he launched some accusations against James Charles, specifically that
Everyone keeps asking me for my receipts. I have so much to say and some really sad, disgusting things to show you guys. James Charles tried to mass manipulate you all today. When I show you proof and why I tweeted that tweet about him, you will all finally understand.
James Charles is a sexual predator. I was live saying that Jeffree was a mess for that because he's refusing to provide receipts for that claim. He was promising to provide them and then backed off and said, I don't want any part of the drama. Here is my opinion. Jeffree has no receipts. I think Jeffree was loving the downfall of James, and now that it's backfiring, he wants to dip out. And I keep saying you can't put your toe in and then your toe out. He didn't put a toe in. He like body slammed his way in, tried to ruin this kid's life, and now he's saying, I'm in a really bad place. It's a really dark place for me, and I don't want to do this. And first of all, sexual predation is not drama. As a rape survivor, I don't feel that it's drama. So I need to be specific.
Okay, so she even admits it in this video. She addresses the allegations. Sexual predation is not drama. I'm a rape survivor. You care so much about these people, but you're platforming this guy again. Even when he talks about women and you're framing a trans woman that, to my knowledge, like I said, if somebody knows the Latino shit, I can't fucking find anything in terms of like, I mean, there was an investigation. So I'm trying to find, like, the video is like, or the photo, they've shown it, it's like in the middle of like a walkway at Disney. There are people in the background taking a selfie in a picture. Like, taking a selfie in a bathroom is not something out of the ordinary, but it still is kind of weird. I would be, you know, careful about doing that. I wouldn't take a selfie in a crowded bathroom, generally, but it is just a selfie in a crowded bathroom. A recent photo of a bathroom tea, blah, 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 blah. Drinking every woman's bathroom at Disney World. She offered a detailed experience. I was pretty worried at first. Florida isn't inclusive to trans people. I'm not even seeing anything about the whole talk to kids, talk to kids, talk to kids.
You Need to Chill by Juno Dawson. Sometimes people say to me, what happened to your brother Bill? We haven't seen him in ages. Is he hiding? Is he ill? Is he lost in the park? Is he scared of the dark? Is he doing his homework still? That's when I look at them in the eye and say, hey, you need to chill. But
Is this Lily Tino talking to kids? I googled Lily Tino talking to kids, and I see Lily Tino reading a book, presumably to children. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I knew by the way that, like, her tone. So once again, she's gonna drop the allegations. You know, say I'm not okay with that. That's not drama here, right? Somebody who had credible allegations of sexual assault run fucking, like, water for them, say, like, I don't even remember, like, what we were beefing about, child, girl, just message me, like, we can make it up, I would totally let you around my younger fucking, you know, relatives and, you know, anything like that. It's just, yeah, this is...
About how he came into contact. So he came in my DMs, requested a FaceTime, we most definitely FaceTimed. And this, by the way, this video is not about Dobby Vanity, okay? This is just a backdrop of how we came into contact, and I have to be specific about that. And
yeah,
basically he manipulated me into not going
Vanity,
forward
right?
with my
I remember
video,
that.
said that a bunch of the things that were out there were fabricated. A lot of the receipts I planned on using were fabricated, was very convincing about it. And then a few days later went on Chris Hansen, went back on all of that, and basically showed himself to lie to me. He said a lot of the things.
And you would have lied for him as well if he hadn't gone back on it, because you don't actually investigate these things. You have your friends, you have people that you think you can gain notoriety off of. And yeah, based off how things are going, Blaire, I would say it has not worked out. So yeah, that's kind of depressing. That's the depressing content for the day. I wanted to show cool content that I really liked. I thought this video was pretty fucking cool. So we're going to be checking out from this channel, Trash Discourse. This came up in my recommended today, and it was also posted in my content suggestions by Mr. Spore. Nazis are recruiting you using left-wing buzzwords. So here we have female Reservoir
Hi, I'm
doing a banger video essay.
Trash, and I don't like talking about politics, because people who like talking about politics...
And actually, though, this person isn't female, by the way. This is Femsevere.
Are annoying. People online treat politics like a sports match. It's like, my team's winning, instead of an existential threat to...
She's way cool. Like, they're way cooler. Like, this person is way cooler. This person is awesome. Let me go back to making some picture.
About politics are annoying. People online treat politics like a sports match. It's like, my team's winning, instead of an existential threat to people like me, or just other people as well. See, I'm Appalachian, which means that I love unions and I hate the government. Not just my government, but like the concept of governments in general. Unfortunately, people in Appalachia are also highly reliant on the government due to decades, hundreds of years even, of repression. I also highly value human life and autonomy, pretty much above all else. I think a lot of people who treat politics like sports don't value those things, and they're annoying, which is why I don't like talking about politics. But I'm going to talk about politics today, because I've seen some concerning things happening on the online left. Concerning things that I've seen happen before in other communities, and that did not turn out well. I'm hoping that we can stop it this time. I'm hoping that we can nip this in the bud before it's too late. But frankly, I don't have a lot of faith in that. In the 1920s...
So the premise of this initially, like, grabbed me. I thought it was pretty interesting. I definitely have a similar anxiety when it comes to online left-wing spaces, that they are engaging in behaviors that I have seen what they lead to. I've seen the kind of filtering that they, like, I guess, cause in these communities, and if they're going to be ostensibly left-wing communities, then yeah, there probably should be a talk about this sort of thing.
Up through the early 1930s, the Nazi Party in Germany began a campaign sometimes colloquially known as the Nazi left flank in Germany. This was an effort to recruit white working-class men who were from communist backgrounds, left-wing communist backgrounds, and bring them in leftist interests, whatever was in the zeitgeist at the time,
Oh no, my headphone didn't
which
connect.
partly
Oh, no, this one's
was
not charged.
anti-Semitism, but also their material conditions, poverty, union membership, etc. They
Assume you
appealed to
guys
the
could still
things
hear,
that
I
these
couldn't.
young Germans cared about.
We're good now, though.
Crucially, they just said, you have these problems, you're being oppressed.
Someone let me know if you guys couldn't hear the audio while I was switching my headphones, and I'll go back.
They are oppressing you. Other people are the problem, and we want to help. And that worked. They were able to lure many, many young communist men out of the loving arms of communism and into literal Nazism through slow, steady indoctrination. Nazis and other far-right ghouls are seeking to recruit people within predominantly white, predominantly male spaces. That's their MO. That's their target demographic. A demographic they know they can convince.
Let me actually go back and
They were able. Other people are the problem, and we want to help. And that worked. They were able to lure people. You're being oppressed. They are oppressing you. Other people are the problem, and we want to help. And that worked. They were able to lure many, many young communist men out of the loving arms of communism and into literal Nazism through slow, steady indoctrination. Nazis.
An interesting framing.
And other far.
Like, obviously, if you're talking about them like targeting, like what was it, the Socialist Party, like there was, God damn it, I don't want to.
Right, ghouls are seeking to recruit people within predominantly white, predominantly male spaces. That's their MO. That's their target demographic. A demographic they know they can convince of their own superiority and then slowly shift and convince them to become literal fucking Nazis. We saw this within the massive recruiting campaign by Nazis in the furry community in the 2010s. The furry fandom was, and still is, predominantly white and male, but it was even worse back then. And due to this successful campaign, a shocking contingent of Nazi furries emerged and started causing disruptions, even violent attacks on the community. We see this happen a lot in online spaces.
You see this happen in pretty much a lot of the like alternative music spaces that I was a part of as well. Like it definitely became a thing where there were more skinheads as time went on, and they definitely, you could tell the kind of groups that came around that just made the vibe a little off. You know, the cops got called a lot more. Yeah, they definitely invade these sorts of spaces.
Random spaces, gaming spaces especially.
By the way, I wanted to say, like, the framing, the reason I dislike it is, like, she was saying, oh, out of the loving hands of communism. It wasn't as though, like, you did have communists in Weimar Germany. You did have, like, different political ideologies. You had people who were doing, like, you know, gay liberation and shit like that. I don't know, like, it is interesting framing there.
They're predominantly white and predominantly male. Gamergate was a huge moment in
Germany,
misogyny, but Nazi recruiting campaigns had been going on a long time before that in online gaming spaces. They recruit within any space that matches their demographic needs. White men. They've abandoned the idea of Nordic people, and it's just all white people now. And they recruit in any space that matches that specific demographic. Online gaming spaces, 4chan, the furry community, fitness spaces like bodybuilding and martial arts gyms. They spread their messaging by couching it in whatever language the subculture that they're infiltrating uses. They start adopting the terminology and language of that subculture while slowly changing it, changing meanings, changing the ideology, slowly over time into literal fucking Nazi shit. Just like seeding these Nazi beliefs into the already dominant views within the subculture and feeding into biases that people already have to push them towards patriarchal white supremacy. And we all have these biases. It's not just men. Everyone has biases like these that are exploitable using this kind of language and ideology. Your biases came free with growing up in a society. But now I'm seeing this exact kind of language, this exact co-option of language, and shifting ideology towards patriarchal white supremacy in the online left community, exactly the way that I saw it happening in the furry community in the 2010s. And this is effective because the online left is predominantly white and male. It's dominated by mostly white men. Why is that? Because the online left has a sexism problem.
Yeah, Henry, weren't communists doing the same thing with socialist movements historically with the exact same similar strategy? Yeah, there were nationalist movements, there were different workers' parties, even like different workers' rights parties were, yes, uh, fucking man, it's too late at night for me to get into the whole Bolshevik revolution shit.
Like, obviously. The left fails to recruit women because overwhelmingly leftist leadership and big names in the leftist online spaces don't care about, quote, women's issues, and even chastise and harass women for caring about feminism over whatever big leftist cause is the most important in the zeitgeist right now. And this is despite feminism being a labor organizing issue, especially as it was defined by bell hooks in feminist theory from margin to center. But the online left has really abandoned the idea that feminism is a leftist issue. And
or that it's an issue at all. I mean, that's one thing I do notice is that they're all like, "What? You have equality. Like, you don't need women's liberation. Their feminism has no place in the world. Like, we can't understand that you have specific problems that you face because of your, because of feminine traits, because we also have problems." And it's like, no, but it's all the same problem. If you help me understand, if you help me help you understand your misogynistic beliefs, we will all benefit from it. Like, that's pretty much what it comes down to. And people are just like, I don't think it's that important.
They chastise people for caring about it more than whatever big issue is important in the zeitgeist right now. Whatever the thing is at the moment. And that changes over time. Women get dogpiled constantly on the online left, accused of all kinds of heinous things, and pushed out of leftist spaces, both online and in-person spaces. This kind of thing happens. Every leftist.
And you see that with the manner of attacks and the way that people go after Ukrainian Anna, for example.
Woman is constantly fighting accusations of being an op, taking a trad wife turn, or just being dismissed as stupid. While many leftist men who have no qualifications and are frankly objectively fucking stupid are upheld as smart, rational men and
I've pegged exactly where this person is in the discourse, by the way. I think this person is an ally. I don't think they're one of the I don't think they're a tanky. I don't think they're a tanky. If they're a tanky, they're a tanky in the middle of Appalachia. They're not doing shit.
Standards of theory and philosophy they definitely haven't read. This isn't all that different in in-person spaces. The DSA has accomplished some great things, especially in my community. I don't want to downplay their achievements in my state especially, and also New York. But every DSA event I've ever been to, I've met several young men who believe that they deserve to be the next Stalin. And they don't take women and women's issues seriously. Even though leftist organizing is often literally life and death for many women and transmasculine people. And pretty much every successful communist revolution have historically both benefited women a lot and relied on women's unpaid labor to succeed. They're already pushing their audiences to distrust women and marginalized people, to hate women and distrust feminist ideology and goals, to believe their own biases, that only white men are smart and rational and unbiased. They're slowly turning these leftist young men into literal Nazis, using left-wing language, appropriating this left-wing language to convince them that they're uniquely smart and rational and good, morally pure. And they're doing it right in front of our faces, just like the actual Nazis did. When you create a space that's unfriendly and hostile to women and marginalized people, you create an ideal hunting ground for Nazi recruitment. And that's what the online left is becoming due to creators like this, whether they're intending to do this or not. And I think they are. Women and marginalized creators get pushed out, dogpiled, and dismissed, disrespected, until they leave or are forced to basically create their own separate spaces away from assholes like this. Feminism, queer rights, and racial justice are just seen as distractions from the real work, as if matters of unpaid forced labor, violations of bodily autonomy, and political violence are paltry and not a matter of survival and material conditions at all. The right, however, actively recruits women. The right is objectively bad for women in every possible way. and yet they actively seek them out and try to recruit them. They utilize all kinds of talking points about protecting women. They recruit them by providing material support through organizations like churches, and use this language of like glorifying mothers, all kinds of things that they use to actively recruit women to their cause that the left simply does not do. And in fact, the left tries actively, it seems, to push women out of organizing, at least.
And this is definitely why you see a lot of women who like are like emotionally driven, especially going towards the right, because they find community, they are accepted into those places, and they are kind of told their own value for them, which if you've been derealized and dissociated your entire life, if you've been experiencing pressure, you know, to be a woman your entire life, yeah, like you're going to find that easier than analyzing that and dissecting that, especially if it's an entire societal problem that you're up against. Yeah. Whereas you go into these spaces in the left as a woman, yeah, it's like, I guess it's more so that it's just this online space. It's this online masculine space. When it comes to actual real world organizing, women still dominate. Like, women still dominate real world organizing. Actual phone banking, showing up to city council meetings, participating in local government, shit like that. We're doing pretty good. But definitely in terms of this like guerrilla media strategy of politics streaming, it is a space that is inherently benefiting the I'm right about everything, I have the most moral opinion, I'm going to use a bunch of moralizing language because that also gets clicks, that also gets ops, so I don't, but like the way these platforms are set up, there's no, the audience doesn't demand consistency from these creators, and that's really what it is. When it comes to like the online left.
In this modern online iteration of the left. The Black Panthers were so strong and able to accomplish so much in so short a time period because while they initially made the mistake of excluding women, they corrected it and learned from it, and women became the most powerful force the Black Panthers had for getting shit done. Women led the movements for liberation and the community survival programs that made the Black Panthers so powerful and successful. But because the online left has become so combative, debate-based, and white male-dominated, it's pushed all kinds of other people out of these spaces. And this worsens the problem. Like, sure, there's some slightly better men in this like online left debate space, like Hassan, but even he's like notoriously uneducated on feminist issues. I don't think Hassan is evil. I think he's just very uneducated about feminist issues.
He's also very uneducated about workers' rights issues too. But you know, you're allowed to have your opinion.
And a lot of men on the left are just actively sexist and misogynistic on main. Not to mention the racism, which Hassan himself has been a target of, even though he's a white Turkish man. All of these factors pushing women and people of marginalized identities out of these spaces has turned them.
I would not use Hassan as an example of somebody that's been pushed out of this space, by the way. He's the number one politics streamer on Twitch. I don't think, you don't need to run fucking cover for Hassan, man. He's alright.
Into the ideal recruiting ground for Nazis, for literal Nazis. But how could they do that? The left is way too smart for that. Haha, no, don't become a Nazi, you're so smart. It's easy, actually. Just convince the white men that they are uniquely smart and rational and everyone should listen to them. And they should be in charge of everyone else because they're so smart and rational. They should be treated as the sole authorities, not like those degenerate faggots. Sorry, theater kids.
Disavow.
Basically, they undermine the intelligence and morality of marginalized people, pushing a narrative that many white men are already trained by society to believe, that they are uniquely smart and rational, and all of those people with identities are just wielding their identities rather than relying on rational logic because they don't have it. They're dumb. They're just using fallacies and calling people names.
Yeah, you can't even advocate for like a marginalized group without somehow like being compromised by this stupid fucking logic. It's like, yeah, you care. Oh, you care. You're only focusing on this narrow issue because this is a niche issue like that you're talking about. It's like
then they push the idea that those people on the left don't really care about what we care about. They're not good leftists like us. They might as well actually be fascists because they don't care about the one main big thing that we care about. They care about the survival of their communities. And that's dumb bullshit. They're degenerates. They're bourgeois, unlike us smart, rational people. The reason that this is such an easy goalpost to move is that we already live in a very performative culture, a culture that demands that people perform everything, not take action, but perform. We see this talked about with like the performative male epidemic, which I would argue this is a part of, where people don't count actions that you actually take in real life. They don't weigh those as strongly as speaking out online, as performing your values, putting on a little show, doing a little dance. That is more important than actual material action. This culture of performativity over action really paves the way for actors like this, who want to convince you that they're the best, but don't want to actually take action the way that other people are actually taking action. Posting doesn't make you Greta Thunberg. It doesn't make you an activist. Posting isn't activism. If you want to actually
I've noticed a recent trend of going through video essay, like they're going through left-wing video essays. Like all these slop tubers lately have been going through these left-wing video essayists like Legion Miller. And they'll even, and they'll nitpick everything. They'll nitpick their appearance, they'll nitpick like anything, any sign, any virtue signal that person puts in the video that is related to some dumb, like absolutely irrelevant slop discourse that they've been involved in. They have to project every single evil onto that person. They can't just analyze it as, this is a person who's doing political content and they're putting out content that's accessible to a large audience. They're not following my little niche ideology. They're cringe. And it's like, I don't know, it's just it's content, right? But it's like, what are those people getting out of it? What are those viewers getting out of watching that? Like, I'm so much better than this person because I know the real thing to know here. Like, I know I hate all the right people and they don't. It's like, it's just not, it's not for you. I'm being like, what's her name? Brie Larson right now. It's not for you. I don't know what to tell you. Shit.
Live your values rather than perform them, you do have to take material action.
But they have to find people like that to make fun of. Like, they have to. That's the nature of this sort of content. Or, like, the commentary, like, reviewing other content creators sort of sphere.
And this can be protesting outside of an ICE facility, or even running for office, something that Kat Abu Ghazal is doing both of in these video clips.
My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and I've been an outspoken opponent of the Broadview Detention Facility. This is where ICE headquarters its operations in the Chicago area. Yeah, so we are out here peacefully protesting. I and some others were sitting on the street on public property, and ICE officers came out. They picked us up, and as for me, they threw me on the ground. They had no identification.
But we don't celebrate Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. I'm so sorry about the pronunciation if it's wrong. But we don't celebrate women like her who are taking action, getting thrown to the ground at protests, and then speaking on the news the next day, promoting her campaign. Because they're not performing well enough. They're not men online. Defenders of bad empanada specifically always say, well, he's spoken out more than you, so I wouldn't go talking like this because he's talked about this way more than you, as if speaking out online is activism, as if this is the goalpost for what good activism looks like.
I would say that I've even like been accused of utilizing activism to gain a platform, when like my idea with doing things in online spaces has never been for that, right? So this idea that, I mean, I've even adjusted my content. What am I watching tonight? I'm watching slop. I've got stories to cover. I've got a lot of things that are really interesting. But I also understand that I exist in an algorithmic, like I exist in an algorithm where these platforms they promote my channel more based off consistency. So there is a certain level of, well, we can't just always report on everything happening all the time when it comes to people actually doing, you know, real life activism and organizing. Because that sort of content isn't necessarily what people need to grow on the algorithm. This is actually why I was really against the whole chorus, like, I was really against the whole chorus drama that came up. Where people were going after, not only just going after Brian Tyler Cohen or whatever his name is, and Pac-Man. Not just going after him, but potentially maligning any creator that took money for the program and the concept of the program itself, which I think if there are grant programs that are going to seed people's income to where they can produce libslop updates. I love what is it? Park Rose permaculture. She was against the she was big on the, hey, you should probably disclose thing. But even then, Park Rose Permaculture is somebody who just puts out general information, general emotional videos every day. They're nothing special. They're soy, you know, you can critique a lot about them, but she's getting in the algorithm. She's getting in front of people's faces. And there are probably a lot more creators that could put effort into content that's comprehensive and a bit more polished if they were supported by a grant. And if the idea is to promote social welfare programs with that grant, then I don't really think there's anything bad with that. Like if a person would have produced slop content had they not received the grant. They got the grant, and now instead of producing slop content, they're producing informational, like day-to-day politics videos with different, you know, people's perspectives and different personalities. Kind of is just like a general throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks. Awesome. Fucking awesome. Like, I don't know.
Posting is the highest form of praxis. As if it's the most and best that any...
Because I don't think there's nobody that becomes, like, the quote-unquote next, like, the next to on, like, the Joe Rogan of the left is... I mean, when we're talking about, like, the concept of the Joe Rogan of the left, right? It's a cult of personality that we're talking about. And the thing I've always wondered is, why do we want a cult of personality? Why do we want a loudmouth propagandist that people are going to listen to unquestionably and not even think about politics? I want stuff that makes people engage with the world around them. But I just understand that the incentives, like the capital incentives, or like the incentives behind the content algorithm delivery system, are not in the favor of leftist causes, strictly because it is our basest instincts as humans to focus on the negative, we like violence, we like sex, we like intrigue, we like drama. These things being fed to us algorithmically it's junk food. I don't know what to say. Like, it's junk food, and we're becoming fucking addicted to our phones more and more. Cool, but the argument would be that it is not good to spoon feel that it's hard to believe the money comes with no strings attached. Yeah, and that's where I had the most concern with Lit Lorenz's reporting when it came to the chorus story, is that the evidence used to suggest that content would be curated in any way was incredibly, like, scant. It was a stretch.
Anyone could possibly be doing.
After the reaction of Chorus after kind of makes me feel like there might have been a slightly restrictive clause, or at least there was a, like, verification with the content that was explicitly produced for Chorus, which people can say, yeah, if you're doing that and you're not marking the content, but we never even got to see what content was marked, man. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I hate the whole Chorus.
As if no one in real life is taking any real life actions. Or if they are, it doesn't matter because it's not posted online. And part of this is...
Yeah, I totally missed that Chorus thing. Does that mean taking PV money for Dylan Burns was good because he probably did mostly what he does usually? Yeah, I would say that it was good that Dylan took money from Progressive Victory, especially because I believe he proceeded to have a pretty tough year financially after that, right? And he kept his channel. He's gone to Ukraine several times. He's done good reporting. And for the people that say that because he took Progressive Victory money, he hasn't been reporting on like Palestine, he has. Plenty. Like, his entire community is very, very fucking pro-Palestine. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's very weird.
Is that people are living their entire lives online nowadays. Everything is just a little performance that you do for the internet. The internet is real life, and real life is just some nonsense world that doesn't really matter. It's not.
So I want you to understand, if you come to a Duckbringer stream, I am here to perform, but I am performing a lovely little worm that is going to show you content and talk about stuff, and sometimes bring in people for discussions. But this is a community. I want you to come in here and chill, put this on in the background, something like that. Yeah, like, I don't see this becoming like a large career for me. I see this being a way to form online community and use technology creatively to organize. Like, that's really what I'm here for. Yeah.
Nothing if it's not posted on the internet. Naomi Klein talks about this in her book Doppelganger.
With that being said, I am still following general rules to, like, possibly being able to use this as a source of income.
Phenomenon of online activism becoming the real world for many people. And if you don't participate in it, you're seen as a pariah, as not doing enough. Because even if you're acting in real life, you're not posting, and posting is what matters. She writes,
one student shared that she had gotten off Instagram because the pressures to perform an idealized version of herself and the inundations of images of others doing the same were ravaging her mental health. But then came the 2020 Black Lives Matter uprisings. My friends all told me I had to get back on Instagram and post pro-BLM, she said, or everyone would think I was racist. This despite the fact that she had been participating in all the protests in her area, albeit in a quiet, behind-the-scenes way. She logged back on and posted, but reluctantly, she knew there was something wrong with a culture that valued public performance of a virtuous self over more tangible solidarities and relationship building.
This is able to happen.
And this, you also see this with people saying, like, oh, Dylan Burns he turned on his audience, like, he turned on his fucking audience because he went to go do activism work in Ukraine or some stupid fucking shit like that. Like, you're not performing the right way for the crowd, so you're not doing politics. You know, Dylan Burns is doing something that he's passionate about. He's doing journalism work that is showing, you know, war footage to a Western audience that doesn't get enough of it, like, when it comes to the war in Ukraine, like. And people will criticize him for the way that he decided to source his income, while the way that they decide to source their income is by producing absolute garbage content. Yeah, it's a little, you know. And they'll look for, it is like, he has to hate the right people, too.
And actors like these are able to convince the world that their posting is real activism that matters more. Because we live in this alternative online world now, everything is a little performance. We talk about this a lot with the performative male epidemic that everyone's talking about, which I would argue this is an extension of, where people perform their beliefs instead of acting on them. And the performance of those beliefs is more important than actual action. Men like these have these huge fan bases and get a ton of credit for what amounts to posting. Things you do in the material world don't matter. No one in real life is going to protests. No one is a street medic or a stop the bleed instructor in real life. Ridiculous. If it's not online, it's not real. The ultimate form of praxis is profiteering with online slop content, which is what these people are doing. I don't know why no one realizes that these are genocide profiteers. They've appeared on a few fundraisers, but largely their content is monetized, and they are profiteering off of a genocide. Personally enriching themselves by making endless slop content about a topic that people actually care about, but not really saying anything about it, just constantly pumping out the same slop over and over again. Telling their viewers that watching these videos is praxis, actually. All while...
If you care about women, you should watch my video about how much I hate Destiny and how horrible Destiny is towards women. And then join my community where we make fun of women all day.
Seeding their viewers with these right-wing beliefs, slowly indoctrinating them into right-wing conspiratorial thinking. That's why Cavernacle seems so threatened by what he calls the Nebula Elite. Which is just straight up an anti-Semitic and anti-queer dog whistle. It's a train whistle. Those trains, the ones you're thinking of, he's so threatened by those people because he needs people to watch his content, because he's profiting off of it. If they go and watch better creators like Lindsay Ellis, or anyone pretty much, then they won't be watching his bullshit, his slop. He's boring slop where he talks in a flat, affected colonizer accent into the camera. Just the same things over and over again. Boring slop content. And occasionally disrespects his girlfriend in front of his entire audience. His content sucks ass. But because he talks about important issues, people feel like they have to watch it. They refuse to, put in the work to actually make entertaining, good content. Instead, they have to sabotage other creators who are making good content so that people will watch them instead. Don't watch that other person. They're problematic. Only watch me. Only listen to me instead. This effectively creates a campaign to push women and marginalized people out of leftist spaces, because let's be honest, who is making good, entertaining content on the left? Lindsay Ellis's video was an existential threat to these channels, which is why Bad Empanada immediately began harassing her and posted a video slamming her in which he was holding a knife and then sent her a series of strange messages and emails. Because better content about the topics they talk about is an existential threat to their whole monetization strategy. So when a creator does talk about Gaza, the thing that they constantly drill that people should be talking about, they don't celebrate that. They instead attack, which betrays the reality behind the situation. They don't really want other people talking about this. They just hold that up as the goalpost because that's what they're doing. So they say, this is the best thing that we could be doing. This is the most important thing. The thing that I'm doing. Making slop content. Creates kind of a weird double standard where they're the only people, them and their friends, are the only people talking about this correctly, and everyone else must be shunned. Creators in this exact same space have this pattern of attacking any creators who actually do make videos about the genocide. They attack.
Yeah, the center portion of this video is my grievances with Tabernacle, which does come off a little bit hypocritical given the tone of the video. But I don't think that's what I took away from this, so I don't think it was the general intention. And I say that even as somebody who's watched Tabernacle videos. Fuck, I've defended Tabernacle videos to people before.
Them for not doing it perfectly, for using algo speak to get around censorship, for like any little thing they can find to attack and discredit people who don't look exactly like them, who make videos about this topic. And what this has is a chilling effect on marginalized people. They see other people getting piled on for talking about the genocide, the thing everyone says they want us to be doing. And they say, well, I'm not going to cover that because I'm just going to get attacked for not doing it to the absolute perfection standard. They're going to find some bullshit, some misspeak, some issue, and they're going to attack me and send their followers after me. So then marginalized people don't make videos about these serious topics. And then you get people saying, well, why aren't these marginalized people making videos about this stuff? They don't care about the things that we care about. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. And from the other side...
It is interesting because Tabernacle has a video about misogyny. Tabernacle has a video about misogyny on the left, and I kind of want to watch it after this, because if I remember my issues with that Tabernacle video, it was that it was entirely drama slop. It was almost entirely drama slop. Like, it was extremely petty grievances, like kind of like the middle section of this video is.
Marginalized creators also know that if they do talk about these topics, they are more likely to be nuked from orbit by the YouTube algorithm, demonetization, or even like account issues if they cover these kinds of topics or anything risky. So they're left in this place where they are between getting nuked from orbit, their account nuked from orbit by YouTube, and being on the wrong end of a hate campaign. And they decide, that's not worth it. I'm not talking about this. And that's much harder to thread that needle when you're a marginalized creator who won't be given the benefit of the doubt as much as guys who look like this. Ugly. This means that marginalized people don't speak about this topic, and then people can cite that and say, look, marginalized people aren't talking about this. They're only talking about decadent things. We should discount their voices and purge them from our community because they're not like us and don't care about the things we care about. Not taking into account the higher risk level that those kinds of creators experience when trying to talk about these topics. But to be clear, I don't really watch this content. I don't watch Bad Empanada or Cavernacle or Vosh or Hassan. I have no interest in that. I watched some of Bad Empanada for this video. I've clicked on a couple of Cavernacle videos before. I've thought, wow, this guy is really boring. He has a terrible colonizer accent. And I already know all of the information he's saying. And I just clicked off immediately. But I know that there's a lot of drama in this space. It's basically a glorified drama YouTube space.
I would say if Cavernacle videos didn't sound like, he's definitely one of the more insular drama people. Like, he does not his video essays are often on topics that are covered by a lot of people, covered better and more comprehensively than him. So I would say he's definitely he's existing in a market, but at the same time, it could just be that he's risen to the top because there's a large part of that market. It could be part of the cycle that the viewership for this kind of left-wing content is forced out because they don't see their viewpoints or their experiences or anything represented, and they see those voices being driven out, so they don't want to watch the content, and then it just leaves a certain reinforcing audience of the same. I don't know.
The leftist tilt, I guess. I have no interest in this stuff because.
But I do think this does come from a pattern of, like, certain behaviors towards marginalized groups becoming normalized even in left-wing spaces because of the presumption that, well, we're the good guys. Like, we have the right politics. We can recite the right politics. So clearly we are good. But they don't live their politics, I guess is what I'm saying.
It's fundamentally boring and annoying. You can actually be both of those things at the same time. Unfortunately, I did, after, being exposed to these things through other people posting, and then finally checking it out for myself, I did notice the same patterns that I noticed with the leaders of the Nazi furry movement in the 2010s, happening with these guys and with this whole online left media ecosystem. And I just couldn't keep ignoring that, because ignoring it is what got us several Nazi furry terrorist attacks back in the day. And I couldn't ignore it because in my little tab where it says channels your audience also watches, all of these guys are there. All of them. And that leads me to worry that maybe my audience is being groomed by Nazis using left-wing buzzwords. Vosh is notably a fucking idiot who attacks any woman he comes across in leftist spaces and makes bullshit up to pretend to be smarter than her. And he also has folders of lowly porn, apparently, which, whatever. Cavernacle genuinely thinks he's better than all of us, and then doesn't understand why we don't like him. All while he makes up new slurs for queer people. So that's just great. These men and others exactly like them are grooming a lot of young leftist men into right-wing ideology using their own unexamined biases. To me, this is just an obvious fact. Some of them are doing it intentionally, and some of them are just stupid. Either way, it doesn't matter if they're doing it on purpose or because they're dumbasses. It is creating a radicalization pipeline.
I guess, if I had to guess, this person was in Vosh's community, and probably around the Professor Flowers thing was when she stopped watching Vosh. I could pinpoint that, yeah.
Shifting young leftist men towards far-right ideologies. And I don't really want that to happen to this community the way that it happened in the furry community or in Weimar Germany before that. The main thing that opens the door to these spaces becoming Nazi spaces is when we self-purge marginalized people from these spaces, which we are. We kick out all the people who might be able to easily recognize that some Nazi shit is happening. And then the Nazis come in, and no one recognizes that some Nazi shit is happening until it's really happening. Naomi Klein talks about this in Doppelganger, how the left is always dividing and purging itself, while the right is actively recruiting, and how that makes them much more effective than we are. But what these purges also do is give people reasons to act on their own pre-existing biases, reasons to attack people they aren't comfortable with, or people that they're already primed to dislike. Until all that's left is a group of white boys with colonizer accents telling you to attack the sexual degenerates who they claim are the real problem. And
I'm not saying they're cooking, but if I look around on the online left, what do I see? It's a bunch of white men, most of them with sexual misconduct scandals. Destiny is somebody who is a deadbeat fucking dad, has a history of abuse of his domestic partner, justifies that, has justified his abuse of a lot of women, releasing their nudes intentionally and supposedly unintentionally in the most recent case. You have a lot of people who will make content out of abuse victims in this space, people with mental health issues, disabilities. These people are treated as not capable of existing. Like, it's considered this is a rough and tumble space where this is the gladiator arena. Like, we're in the arena, the marketplace of ideas. And if you can't handle it, then that's just because your ideas aren't good enough. We're not treating it as though people, even if we might have personal disagreements with them, that their voice in our movement doesn't matter. I don't know, it's very weird to me. This video sums up a lot of my thoughts fairly well, but I do have I do want to expand upon this. I think that
that's what's holding us back, and they're doing outright misogyny on main. These are far from the only people doing this shit, but I mean, we really got to talk about notable horse porn enjoyer Vosh. I'm not one to.
By the way, the bad empanada thing was just saying, can we bring back forced labor? I don't know if he was specifically saying forced labor for women.
Shame people.
I'm okay with a little bit of aggressive bad empanada hate. That guy's a fucking psycho.
Porn that they enjoy, I can forgive horse porn. Especially because when someone told me about the horse porn, I went and looked at it. I wanted to see what horse porn he was looking at. Because I was like, there's a lot of stuff you could call horse porn, and not all of it is that bad.
Statistically, hard politics appeals to men more, so more political YouTubers is much more likely. How does hard politics appeal to men more specifically? Because politics impacts everybody. Everybody cares about what is going on, politically. And if there's a statistical difference in the amount that men are represented in that, do you think it might not have to do with the way that these spaces are structured? Women can discuss politics. What is, I guess, hard politics is what I would ask there,
Is he looking at literal bestiality? Or is it centaur porn? Or furry shit? It could be a lot of things. So I did some investigation myself. Just to be fair and balanced. It was just anime girls fucking anime horses. It wasn't good, wholesome centaur porn. Which is what I was hoping for. But it's not the worst horse porn it could have been. You weren't looking at the worst horse porn that you could have been.
Yay!
It's not a very high bar. But this is a fair and balanced channel. When it comes to pornography, anyway. More importantly, this man is always baiting and attacking marginalized creators, getting his own facts wrong in arguments while doing so, but it doesn't matter because he speaks with confidence. He loves to be loud and wrong. He attacked Luna Y. I'm so sorry, Luna. Luna Y, I believe is how it's pronounced. Just streamed her video attacking her, even though she was correct. He's attacked Kat Black, Natalie Wynn, it's always a marginalized woman. He's always attacking some marginalized woman, basically.
I mean, he's also attacked, Short Fat Otaku, who's a gamer and fat, I guess.
He also is constantly using misogyny in his arguments. Attempting to further leftist ideology, but using misogyny to do so, which you can't do. That's not how any of this works.
You and your ilk, this is J.K. Rowling, what you and your ilk fail to appreciate is how tediously similar I find your tactics. I had a violent ex-husband who used to tell me life would be great if only I'd comply, but you're making the same mistake he did. Women like me can't be bullied out of resistance. Very J.K. Rowling-ass fucking tweet. All J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up and she could have been the most uncritically beloved, or she could have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century, women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. So this is a meme from Vosh, but it is a meme that plays off the idea of the whole like, oh, women don't have accountability. Women don't take accountability for the things that they do wrong, right? So it plays into that, you know. Ukrainian flag times Vosh. I think she might actually, yeah, no, these are older screenshots though. So, yeah. Vosh had some really dumb fucking takes. He did the whole like, oh, it's so horrible of you to be coating your fucking bullets in grease to attack Muslim defenders. How horrible. Like pig grease. Pig fat. He had that take, but he did do a chat with Dylan Burns recently where pretty much all of that stuff was brought up, and he kind of like reversed course, and he was like, yeah, you know. I think Dylan even got into like a little bit of the nuances of like the Azov shit with him. If I remember correctly, it was a long time ago. It was an interesting conversation.
He made this argument against transphobia, but this argument was just misogyny.
But yeah, Vosh is 100% white woman hate. And I hate. First they came for the white women, and y'all didn't say anything because you're not a white woman, okay? But the white woman hate is definitely a gateway into misogyny. The whole like all white women are like this, and I'm gonna like use that to be bigoted. It's kind of, you
know, which lends credence to TERF ideas that trans people are just misogynistic, as Natalie Wynn pointed out. And I'm not saying any
doing edgy ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism. Yeah, if you make people's gender expression about, like, I think that it's kind of a folksy thing. When we talk about trans-affirming misogyny, it's usually something that we don't actively try to do to other people. It's usually like an older person that accidentally acts in a folksy kind of misogynistic way to a trans person, and they're like, oh, that's an experience that I would have only experienced like a trans woman. They're like, I would have only experienced that if I like as a woman. That's kind of cool. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to make misogynistic attacks against trans women if we are going to say that we are against misogyny, or we are going to say that there is something inherently against attacking people for their immutable characteristics, which you should believe as a leftist. Like, I can till the fucking cows come home say that I can group people, you know, and make fucking analysis off of that, but that's not what this is about. It's about people being treated as individuals. Everybody is an individual. Everybody has the right to self-determination. Everybody has the right to the same, you know, the same life that I have, or the same, you know,
of the people that he has
prosperity that I have. I don't know how to phrase that better. It's getting kind of late.
Attacks are perfect. None of these women are perfect, because that's not a bar anyone can clear. But Non-Compete did this great video about how Vosh is essentially indoctrinating his followers into right-wing
Non-Compete is definitely a channel that I listened to a couple times, but he had some very, very uncritically supportive of the USSR videos, if I remember correctly. Because I think that's what I remember about Non-Compete. He wasn't like a full-on Russia glazer, but he was a uneducated tanky.
Misogyny and anti-communist beliefs under the guise of leftism, and now he attacks and tries to silence any marginalized creator he comes across, basically. It's a much better video than this video you're currently watching, so just go ahead and watch that after this one. Honestly, his whole channel is pretty good, and so is Luna Y. There's definitely theory understanders in a way that I am not. As much.
Yeah. Just stick to, you know, trash. When you say communism, just stick to, you just mean unionizing. You're a big union person. Just say unions, you know. You don't need to complicate it.
And read. They're more theory understanders than I am. But again, this is not,
because yeah, I would say you are not a theory understander. If non-compete is yeah, she's American. They're American.
Not a problem of individual creators. These Twitch streamers derogatory.
I keep saying she because they look a lot like my friend Renee, but this person, another video that I wanted to show, was very interesting, where they get into an endocrine problem that they have.
Are not the entire problem. These are just examples of this kind of
This video is an unscripted rant. This is an unscripted rant within an unscripted rant.
behavior. This is a problem we're all responsible for. It's everywhere. This is happening across multiple platforms. None of these creators that I
They're from Appalachia, so I would assume they're somewhere west of New York.
mentioned are the entire problem. This is a growing pattern in these leftist spaces, in all kinds of spaces that are white male dominated. But I just felt like no one else was noticing this pattern. I felt like no one else was seeing this very obvious and very concerning pattern. And that in itself is more concerning, that no one is noticing this. We should be able to see the way this pattern of all of these controversies and purges of marginalized people directly open the door to right-wing ideology and Nazi recruitment, literal Nazi recruitment. But other people don't seem to see it, I guess. They don't notice or care until the entire community has been whittled down into a group of exclusively self-aggrandizing white boys, and that leaves the door open for Nazi infiltration and grooming, which is what we see happening here. Everyone in these spaces is constantly railing against identity politics, but then they just find themselves coincidentally only relating to people who look exactly like them. Just by pure coincidence, I'm sure. It's not a refusal to examine your own internalized biases. Those people with identities just all happen to be degenerates. All of them. Only people who look like me are normal, and that's just a coincidence.
They're kind of cooking.
Sure. None of us are immune to this kind of bullshit. We all have to recognize how we're making our own communities more vulnerable by refusing to examine our own biases. We're harming our most marginalized members, and we all have to step in and overcome those biases. We can't just repeat to ourselves, I'm a leftist. I'm a good, smart person. I can't be tricked by this kind of stuff. You have to look at your own unconscious biases and examine how that can allow you to get sucked into these hate campaigns and rail against people that you're already primed to dislike because you have been programmed with biases against them by society since you were a kid. And that can allow you to fall for obvious grifts sometimes. And you do need to examine that and unlearn those things and look at your own biases so that you don't create these kinds of situations, so that you don't
So Webmaster says, where do we see people going from Vosh to Fuentes? A lot of people, a lot of casual viewers, I guess. So, and that's where it comes from. Like, there are people who are consumers of this political content who I would call morally and politically lucky. They probably have fairly liberal politics, but they fail to actually internalize, like, like she just said, their biases, right? They fail to internalize the way that they can mistreat or misjudge others based off of characteristics that they don't relate to. Because they related to the person that got them into it in the first place. They related to the person who was really educated about politics, and they were interested in having the right opinion about politics, more than they were interested in actually, like, a value that they have about thinking that, okay, this person is espousing an ideology that I guess, find values the world. It's more, this person is correct, and they are able to demonstrate that through debate, through engaging in online drama and winning it, etc. And because of that, you associate their behaviors with, I guess, what is permissible within that, like, political prescription. But the problem is that if we don't, like, let me rephrase. The way I see it, God, don't lose my train of thought. It's very easy to think that you are supporting left-wing politics by engaging in the communities with left-wing streamers, like a team sport. And in the process, engage in lots of behaviors online that are absolutely antithetical to the thing that you are supposedly, like, it not only does it makes all of us look disingenuous, for one. Like, I understand to a point making fun, like, for example, I understand making fun of Charlie Kirk, right? And putting his face everywhere and stuff like that. in a response to the memification of George Floyd, because that was specifically what happened to George Floyd, and it was a hurtful trope. It was a like harmful thing, right? But where I think it crosses the line, because like the idea is awareness. You're trying to make people understand the pain that they caused you, right? I don't think that Erica Kirk ever called somebody and told them like she's glad that like a family member of them died. Like, I don't think we need to do that. So like that's where the difference in morality is for me, when I see people suddenly feel so emboldened to do these horrible, horrible things, not understanding like the inhumanity of their fucking behavior, essentially. Like, I don't know, it's the same sort of thing when I see like Destiny making weird jokes about like girls online, like teen girls that were swept up in a fucking flood because they were Republican, and his justification for making weird sexual jokes about them was that their parents like voted for, you know, bad flood protection and shit like that. That's insane to me. That's not somebody that I want on my side.
Add to these kinds of situations that help the Nazis. That's everyone's responsibility. You are not immune to propaganda. This ideology that they're spewing is a way to set up—
Yeah, Hassan says crazy shit in the sense that he does propaganda for the CCP.
a future narrative that all of the ills of society are actually—
because he's an uneducated person who doesn't actually, like, he's never lived a proletariat life. He has always been a person of wealth. He's never been a part of the working class. Hassan is easily swayed by wealth, by status, by by fanfare, by pomp and circumstance, I guess. I don't know.
the fault of this decadent elite. Not politicians and people actually in charge, but this decadent, perverse elite on the left who allowed all of this to happen through their moral failings and sexual deviance. It's a setup for a later rug pull when they go full mask off and start blaming marginalized people for all of the ills of the world. I know, because the Nazis did exactly that. Blaming Jews and other marginalized people within their society for their—
I don't even think Hassan is anti-American. I think he's performatively anti-American.
loss in World War I.
Because it's easy, because it's what he knows. So it's a big virtue coming from him to, and maybe there is actual value in that, to decrying his own government strongly.
And the subsequent economic collapse. They build up this narrative that they didn't have the same values as us, the real Germans. They are decadent, they're perverse, they caused all of this with their conspiracy and weird sex stuff somehow. They don't believe the things that we do, and therefore they deserve violence. They built up enough of this sentiment that their beliefs aren't our beliefs. They don't hold the same values as us, and they're causing these social ills until they could excuse extreme violence against those groups. And that's a slow process. You have to build up that kind of ideology over time, slowly, like these people are doing. And that's what happened to a young man that I knew in the furry community. He had pre-existing biases, like everyone in society, but he wasn't a Nazi until he was told, slowly over time, that all of his problems were the fault of us sexual deviants and weirdos. Minorities and deviants caused all of his problems. The elite liberals were oppressing him, and that's why he had these problems. That's why he couldn't get laid.
Also, to answer, by the way, how can a Vosh viewer become a Fuentes viewer? It's very easy. Just because they value the politics of winning. And if they see perception in the world where Fuentes is gaining notoriety, people are laughing at Fuentes, people find him compelling, he's even saying some kind of base things sometimes in some like geopolitical things that I'm invested in, right? You can engage with that, and if you don't have an actual core of understanding why advocating for a democratic society is good. Like, if you're not a believer in democracy, then you become very easily swayed to the Nick Land types. If you're not a believer in self-determination for all people, you're very easily swayed to the Nick Land types. You start to see your fellow humans as you know, a obstacle, essentially. Like, and I do think that it does come from analyzing your place in society, your own biases. Like, part of that process is the process of fascisting yourself. I don't know, because I feel like if you exist in a community, you usually are challenged to, if you exist in a community in real life, you're challenged to confront your biases often. And fuck, what was I gonna say with that? Shit. God damn it. It's getting late.
That's why no one liked him.
What was I gonna say? I'm at like losing my train of thought part of the night.
It was all a
unfortunately.
conspiracy. It wasn't his personality.
I'm sure I was cooking.
He didn't need to try harder, go to more events, meet people, take interest in them, get a hobby. No. It was the decadent, deviant liberal elites oppressing him in conjunction with the minorities. They didn't hold the same values as him, and they deserved to be harmed. And he committed a terrorist attack about it. He was groomed by Nazis. In the same way I see many other young men.
But yeah, if you exist in a community in real life, you're usually confronted by checking your own biases, interacting with other people, understanding their specific experiences, and also understanding that they are just as equal a part of your community as you. I think doing that, engaging, like, if it's either you're an active part of a democracy and you actively engage in your community and you have your biases checked, or if you're an isolated person and you're advocating for marginalized communities but not engaging in them, you do have to do a lot of, like, I guess, checking yourself, for lack of a better word. If you're an isolated person online, yeah, I mean, it's generally, like, if you feel comfortable making jokes about people at the expense of immutable characteristics, you just get into the language of othering. It's like all a pipeline. It's the language of othering. It's the fucking bullshit. They ain't like us fucking shit.
Seemingly being groomed into this same ideology.
I'm a retard. I live in a society with retards. I'm happy. It's
Then
my
they begin
fucking circus,
undermining
man.
the foundations of leftist organizing. Things like union organizing. They make accusations against other leftists and public figures, accusing them of being degenerates and collaborationists, destroying the trust in other leftist figures other than themselves, so that only their narrative gets pushed through. And that narrative is one of white male supremacy, just thinly veiled enough in leftist language to make it through. And what this does is it turns marginalized people away from the left, breaking up coalitions that could actually build power and affect change, while also ushering young white men straight into the arms of reactionary right-wing ideologies. It trains them.
I would say if you look at the world today and your reaction is to become nihilistic and, like, complain about fascism instead of doing active organizing, then yeah, you're kind of not really feeling it. You don't really believe what you say. Like, you're not really... How do I put this?
Them to believe in conspiracy theories and believe that the left is out to get them. That
there's a dissociation from the world that I think I don't know if it's a trend specifically with men online, but it's this idea of I can disconnect from it all and sit here and post about how things are shit. I can sit here and comfortably, like, critique the world around me. But I don't actually have to do anything. I'm gonna be one of the last groups of people that's impacted by it. I don't have any personal connections to the actual outcomes of politics. I can sit here and decry all of the evils of the world, but I'm not a part of the world anymore. I'm isolated from it. It's like, how about, I don't know. I have something I could probably say here, but it's late.
that there's this secret cabal on the left of people who don't care about what they care about, who want to control them and indoctrinate them and let all of this bad stuff happen, which pushes them into conspiratorial thinking, which is known to push people into right-wing thinking. A lot of people will say, these men aren't doing it intentionally, they're just dumb. But then also turn around and say, well, these men are so smart and educated. If they're so smart and educated, then they're doing this on purpose. And if they're just dumb, they need to delete their accounts because they're actively ushering all of these young men in their audience towards reactionary right-wing thinking that will funnel them down the alt-right pipeline. Many guys like this purchase subscribers, then they use the authoritative position of having all of these subscribers to attack other leftists and claim themselves as the major authority. Some of
that's definitely something they do.
These people are more subtle than others, while some are literal white Argentinians who go on rants about the Jews, not like criticizing.
It's not just like, so they're not just talking about women. So basically, marginalized groups, somebody whom politics is consequential to your satisfaction in life. So women, gay people, trans people, minorities, especially if you know, in America, especially if you have an immigrant background right now. All of those people are impacted directly by politics. So if you are somebody who either you're insulated by wealth, you can be insulated by several different factors from a lot of these things. So if you're insulated from most of those factors, the thing that still can cause you to care about politics and to engage in politics is the economy. So if you're talking about, like, somebody mentioned hard politics earlier. If I was going to describe what I think hard politics is, it is economics. It's just math, idiot. It's simple. It's really simple, actually. You know, all revolutions are economic revolutions, etc. So I think that appeals, that kind of hard politics appeals uniquely to white men because it is the thing that they can experience the most anxiety from as a group. That being experiencing poverty or a lack of opportunity economically in the future. They don't, have the ability to plan. Obviously, all other people are impacted by that as well. We all care about the economy, but we might also care about wanting to get married to somebody that we care about and having the same legal representation as them. We also might care about how our government is operating in a different part of the world. So we might, care about certain, like, biases in our police force and the way that our police are engaging with the public that is disproportionately impacting our community. Because we see it more, because it's disproportionately impacting our community. So if you're a white man, statistically, one of the only things that you're going to face are, like, mental health struggles and problems with the economy. In terms of, like, ways that you're marginalized by our society. So because of that, if all you care about is the economy, and you don't actually care about living in a society where other people are able to express themselves and have the same opportunities as you, etc., you are susceptible to becoming a Nick Fuentes viewer. Because, I mean, if I'm just being honest, nobody has a plan for the economy. Nobody has a plan for the economy. So it's very easy to use statistics, clever language, outdated understanding of how monetarism works to sell a right-wing ideology. And there, you can even see this with MAGA communists, quote unquote, or like these fucking crazy ass people. I don't even know if they're MAGA communists, but basically there is a subsection of the ethno-nationalists in this country that explicitly believe that we could have full communism if only we kicked out all the brown people, right? If it was just us, we'd be fine. Now, if it was just us whiteys, we'd be fine. So it's a lot less about the economics and a lot more about how we see other human beings. Have I made my point? Hopefully I've made a coherent point by now.
Criticizing Israel, the nation state that's doing a genocide and committing atrocities, but, like, the Jews. It's one thing to criticize the nation state of Israel, which is a valid criticism. We probably shouldn't have nation states.
And also white, like, we're assuming white male, no particular connection to, like, somebody in a war-torn part of the world. Like, you can say maybe white men care about war in that way, that they white men demographic, like, as a demographic in America, probably understand veterans affairs issues pretty well. Yes, but the keyword is dissociated. Some people are more insulated, not the issue. Some people are more insulated, not the issue. If that's the issue, then we see disproportional political activity in some groups. So we're talking about, like, well, Hell Puppy, we're talking about the specific impact on the online left. So we're talking about a viewership that doesn't necessarily need to be engaging. They don't need to have money. They don't need to have, all they need to have is attention. Like, all they need to give these viewers is attention. So we're talking about isolation specifically impacting white men in a way that is making them be the largest demographic of like the viewership of these people in the first place, but also the self-reinforcing cycle of what content works well with that group. So it's what content works well and how that's changing the view, I guess, of online politics. How do we change our makeup here in this space? So let's see. If that's true, we see disproportionate political activity in some groups, but most people still, and most people, that's another problem. Most people are alienated, especially in America. Most people are alienated from their local politics. Most people are alienated from from the political process that is actually going to impact them most. We're isolated by capital, but we're also isolated by, like media, fascist media that tells us to fear the other as well. I mean, we're isolated by a lot of things in this country, but I'm talking about specifically how isolated white men that don't exist in a community where they're engaging with other people are specifically feeding into this self-perpetuating cycle on the online left, where it seems most of the viewer base for these people is demanding a certain kind of content and is okay with people being pushed out from other marginalized groups because they're not impacted by it. But they should care because they should actually be living their politics. Isolated by capital, I mean that if you're very poor, you're very wealthy, you don't exist in society as it's intended to function. So you can either choose to isolate yourself from the masses, or you are basically removed from society, removed from the economy, removed from your own sense of agency in some cases too. And that isolates you. I don't know. I'm not gonna get into fucking.
In the manner
I'm not a theory person, man. I don't have thoughts. I have fucking.
That Israel exists at all. That kind of state shouldn't exist at all, because all they do is consume resources and produce atrocities. That's the main function of nation states. We shouldn't have them. And saying that is a very reasonable position. But what I'm seeing,
or even just you can say isolated by capital as well, in terms of you know, if you don't have time for community, if you're so impoverished that so much of your free time is taken up, or so much of your time is taken up by work and chores and stuff like that, if you don't exist in a place where commodities are near you, etc., you're going to have less time to engage with the people around you.
Is a literal white Argentinian ranting about the Jews, and other people don't seem to notice this. I guess if a Nazi confirms your biases and tells you what you want to hear, it makes it a lot harder to spot that he's a Nazi, because people don't want to believe that they can be tricked by a series of the correct buzzwords and the issues that make them angry. But I noticed people kept putting a white Argentinian ranting about how much he hates the Jews right in front of me. It was hard not to notice. And while the creators here are far from the only ones that I see seeding this kind of ideology on the online left, they are pretty big, and let's break down some of their messaging. Dismantle welfare. Dismantle unions. No treats for first worlders. You know when Fox News anchors say, we can't have welfare because people might get it who don't deserve it? That's what this tweet is saying too. It's saying people who don't deserve welfare might get welfare. The first worlders are the people he says don't need the welfare. But the people who use welfare where I live are poor Appalachians who've experienced hundreds of years of state repression. This is anti-worker, anti-union sentiment, which is right-wing ideology, just straight up. It's also what the Nazis believed. But this kind of ideology is ubiquitous from these kinds of creators who pretend to be left-wing, using left-wing buzzwords, but what they're clearly pushing is right-wing ideology and right-wing policies. And I'm not the only one who noticed it. Here's a comment from user Marty McFlone. All of this is true. Bad Empanada said that victims of an anti-Semitic hate crime deserved it because they were Marty McFlone.
I love when you put up a screenshot for exactly half a second. What the hell? This is definitely trash discourse. That's not a country I like. Isn't enough for you? Here's some the recent greatest hits. Got into a transphobic and NB-phobic fights on all the social media platforms. Mock people with DID. Said the victims of the Manchester shooting stabbing deserve what they got. Said the Holocaust education is a psyop by Israel and implied the Holocaust shouldn't be taught in schools. Said that Jews are not an oppressed group. Local cemeteries where I grew up being vandalized every year disagree. His reasoning: Jews are too rich to be oppressed. I'll let you unpack why that's anti-Semitic if you can. Denies the Bosnian genocide. When criticized for spreading Holocaust denialism, as stated by Ofi in this very video, he said he wanted to bring her on stream so that he could make her cry. What a class act. Posed with a knife in the thumbnail of a video going after Lindsay Ellis, who I will remind you has raised almost $1 million for PCRF with her recent video. When Lindsay brought up how fucking weird he's been about herself and other women, he and his fandom started having a tantrum. Just a great pattern with this guy. I think it's all about bad empanada, right? Let's see. That's just off the top of my head. I can promise you there's more. Why are we shrinking from critique of this guy while insisting that the trans women he's targeted deserve more of our ire? Personally, I think once you hit the black people being sterilized is cool actually threshold, and you're past the point of critique in B's case, but maybe that's just for me. Yeah, as I said, he's a fucking psychopath. He's actively doxed people. He suggested that people were given like a Israeli bride to be a fucking propagandist. Yeah,
This is true. Bad Empanada said that victims of an anti-Semitic hate crime deserved it because they went to a synagogue that supports Israel. He called Holocaust education a psyop and engaged in so much Holocaust denial. He's also denied other genocides like the Bosnian and
So that's one of the best tweets ever made, though. They were always like this. When the Turkish officials got there and the Armenians had already killed millions of their own people, they tried their best to stop the massacre, but they just wouldn't stop killing. Now these Turkish heroes are somehow blamed for the Armenian auto-genocide. Make it make sense?
Armenian genocides, and has remained completely silent on the genocide in Sudan and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He harassed Lindsay Ellis after she made a video about Palestine, the thing that he was complaining people weren't doing, but it wasn't good enough.
Didn't he had a video about the Holodomor, and I think that it was if I remember correctly, he hand-waved a lot of the internals of it. God, I didn't watch the whole one. I couldn't get through it. Hand-waved the internals of it. I think that he denied that it was an intentional starvation, right? If you want to list off, if you remember that video, because I've probably completely erased it from my mind at this point, but I do remember kind of the direction he was going.
He made a video holding a big knife.
So yeah, he has a history of these things, you could say.
And harassed her afterwards. And yes, he did in fact say that he supported the sterilization of Ethiopian Jewish refugees by the Israeli state.
Do you seriously think Israel sterilized human critics if they're reproducing and creating more change out of the Jewish supremacist state? If I wish they actually sterilized them, there would be less settlers. Interesting.
This is a refugee population within Israel, and they are forcibly sterilized and living in an apartheid state. And Bad Empanada said he supports that. He wants them to be forcibly sterilized by the Israeli state, because it will mean that there are less Jews in the world. Again, I feel like we're giving a white Argentinian man too much credit. Sometimes if something walks like a Nazi and talks like a Nazi, it is a Nazi. And I believe, based on facts and belief, that that man is a Nazi, like a literal Nazi. Maybe not a member of the Nazi party, but someone with the same beliefs as the Nazis, the literal Nazis. It's clear to me that this man is a right-wing op. It's super obvious, actually. And these people are running a successful campaign to convert young leftist men into right-wing freaks like them. Another big thing people have called out is the transphobia of this group of online leftists. This is a tweet that basically says that people pretend to be trans so that they can wield it as a marginalized identity, which looks a lot like this tweet. I know it's really hard to reckon with the idea that you've been...
At this point, I'm open to the idea that for a lot of otherwise unremarkable, horrible white people, being trans is mostly a way to claim a marginalized identity to hide
it as a marginalized identity, which looks a lot like...
He agrees with Blaire White.
Like this tweet. I know
my observation is that a major driver of white males becoming trans is the relentless propaganda portraying white men as the worst human beings. If those lies land, especially during vulnerable teen years, and they are given an option to be a celebrated group, some will do it. Listen, I think that it only took one white man in your daughter's life, if that was in any way a factor.
It's really hard to reckon with the idea that you've been tricked like that.
It's real fishy that Elon Musk is using the same white people become trans to be oppressed language that empanada
That's
used.
what we need to. And I'm not the only one that's noticed this. There's some good essays from a user named Persephone Vanderwalt. That might not be the correct pronunciation. She is a prolific essayist, author, and...
I hate having to pause so fucking much. Spend 5 seconds in this American liberal hug box and you'll learn to appreciate the coming Trump crackdown. Go to town, Donald. Post all you want. I'm not the plural systems probably going
sex
to
worker,
camp.
who I'll link her website below, who has noticed these things way before I have and written essays about them. There's also all kinds of other biases. People have pointed out just all kinds of fat phobia, ableism, whatever, ways of pushing the idea that certain marginalized people and identities are not really contributing to leftism enough. They're not good enough leftists because they're useless and consume resources. Yeah, they're basically calling people useless eaters, but no one seems to notice. I guess because a lot of the people that they're being biased against are socially acceptable identities to have these biases against. They're also openly harassing women online, which again is a way of pushing women out of leftist organizing, which you do not want to do. That is a bad strategy. We've seen that happen in the past. Pushing women out of your movement weakens your movement and can send marginalized women into the arms of the far right. Many of them even just advocate straight up for harassing women, using a might makes right attitude.
They really hated that tweet. They really hated that Vosh tweet, man. That Vosh tweet. They fucking...
But, you know,
that Vosh tweet lives rent-free in their head.
Like strong men. It's just who can scream the loudest online. If Bad Empanada came out...
See, the fact that you think that there is no justification for calling this post YBZ Holocaust denialism is very concerning. You do not understand that the Holocaust education also includes many other groups targeted the Holocaust or body. Simply great. Not only Jews controlling the media, it's just the vibes. Wow, terrific argument. Again, hop on stream and try the sort of compensation
with that big knife he's holding in the
I'll make you
thumbnail where he was harassing a woman. I could break him in half, but it doesn't matter. He can scream louder than I can. Now he's literally openly supporting crackdowns from Donald Trump's fascist regime.
Yeah, I mean, there is like the active idea that in this space, and I've seen it happen several times, people will make content out of women who have been the victims of abuse. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. But this idea that crying and showing vulnerability, like, I always see this trope, right? You can have somebody go on, like, for example, Dickers' show. You can have Parlo go on Dickers' show and actively threaten to commit suicide. And that's supposedly, you know, just taken as like, oh shit, I hope he's okay. If a woman cries on a stream, they're unwell. They are mentally unstable. They are just like, or they're a crazy manipulative bitch. One or the other in these spaces. And what strikes me as weird as fuck to that is that, like, you're actively farming content from people knowing that they're mentally unwell, right? So one, I think there's a lack of journalistic ethics. Two, what is up with this idea that that a woman's crying is like it's a manipulation tactic, or it's a sign of like things have gotten too real, I guess, in these spaces. But what ends up happening is that women don't want to come on these shows to actually give their point of view because they're going to get harassed and they're going to be made fun of if they cry, and they're not going to be treated with any sensitivity. And sorry, I want to like I want to wrap up my thought. Like, how do I say this? If you care about these stories being out, right? If you're not just profiteering off of the abuse of women and you want to do anything that makes your platform redeemable in my eyes, you should care about expressing the story, understanding the limitations of people in those situations. If you're contacting a victim of sexual assault, if you're, you know, contacting a child that's been groomed or something like that, obviously there are standards to these things that for the most part we understand. But we are actively painting an idea in these spaces of domestic violence that is justifying domestic violence against other people, that is mystifying it, that is gamifying it, in a way that's like, I mean, it's re-traumatizing, like, at the first place, right? Like, I think if you're gonna enjoy content off of somebody's abuse, you should probably care what that person's experiencing. And otherwise, we're kind of fucking demons.
How did people not see
I got there at the end of it.
This was a Nazi? I really don't understand. I guess not everyone has the lived experience of having gone through this kind of Nazi indoctrination campaign before, but I have. Furry conventions shut down permanently because of this. There was a chemical weapon attack at Midwest Fur Fest that left people permanently disabled and on assistive breathing devices from a chlorine gas attack by these Nazis. Someone that I knew personally from the community committed a terrorist attack, albeit not a very successful one, directly because he was indoctrinated by online Nazis in the furry community, using this exact system that these men are using now. And it's happening again in this community. I'm watching it happen again. It's due to exactly the same problems that the furry community had back then, pushing out marginalized people. The furry community has at least partly overcome these problems now, but not until we lost a lot of people to the situation. People suffered permanent injuries and trauma, and we cannot let that happen again in this community. In conclusion, intersectionality is not a distraction, and anyone who tells you it is suspect. Intersectionality is vital to preventing the left from becoming a hunting ground for Nazis. It's vital to stop the mommy to far-right pipeline that many women get sucked down when they realize the left won't support them. Their local evangelical church will, and they have free childcare. Intersectionality is vital to protect our marginalized comrades, and that matters. All of that matters
in reference to what?
Materially.
Okay, so yeah, interesting video. I like this channel, Trash Discourse. They have another video that I like quite a lot. I could play it today, but I might check out something else, but we'll see. Depends how I'm feeling. Did Hitler have a micro penis, and why do you care? This is a pro-micro penis video. This is a very interesting pro-micro penis. Like, this person is going to bat for all of you micro penis havers out there. This is actually a much, in my opinion, a much funnier, much more interesting video than that one, like, overall. But the topic of the original one, it's interesting to me because, yeah, these people exist in spaces where they are engaging in left-wing politics, arguing over left-wing ideas, and becoming prominent in the space because of that. They're being seen as a representative of those ideas. However, they are profiteering from the, I guess, the, how do you say this? They're dramatizing it. They're turning it into a drama. They're turning real people in real situations into a drama before our eyes. And they are, I would say, the application of misogyny when it comes to drama slop channels that I dislike is this idea of women being mentally unstable when they're crying, but men have to strictly say, hey, I'm suicidal, I'm gonna fucking, do a bad thing. And then, because of, obviously a lot of different ways we treat men and women, we react to that. So, not confronting that misogyny leads us to see women as too mentally fucked up from their experiences to have a space to actually speak about them. That's pretty much what ends up happening. Because men can communicate things that are troubling to them, on average, easier than women without crying. That's just what it is. Estrogen makes you cry. If you have estrogen flowing through your body and you recall something that's emotionally troubling to you, it's not even necessarily, there is a societal aspect to it, but it is primarily the estrogen. So I think that people associating women crying with a form of like manipulation because of their experiences, like judging somebody crying in a situation like a drama slop tuber. And I'm using this one example, but I think it's really just kind of there's a lot of things like talking high pitched, talking very fast, like the way that you present yourself in these environments as well as a woman are all much more rife for criticism, like much more, I guess, interesting to like speculate about. No. But yeah. So this one's much more interesting. Did I have anything else I wanted to go through today? I saved like a bunch of memes. It's fucking Twitter. It's my Twitter right now. Let's see, where did I put in my... What lovely content did I find today? This is a brain damage interlude right now while I figure out what I want to do. Some sick moves.
The jungle. When the lion's hungry, he eats.
Why did I save this? I think I think I actually have brain damage. Okay, what do we got here? Important. What do we got here?
To like basically destroy humanity because humanity has free will and there's a decision to which level we want to go to. We have free will, so evil's allowed to come and contend, not just good. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the failed species that is man, which is kind of like a false transmission because they're thinking what they are is ugly and bad, projecting it onto themselves instead of believing, no, it's a human test about building us up. And so there's this big war.
Okay. Welcome to Duckbringer's Twitter bookmark review.
I was taking it at the same time as I was typing, and I had recognized its size to be bigger than usual.
Tell the truth.
What would you know of the truth?
Well, usually when you go to take a shit and decide that you were on your device, how would you tell that you're taking a massive shit than thinking you were, unless you were done taking one?
How would you know that I wasn't on my phone while taking it? I had also said I was taking one, not after it was done.
Well, according to back when you were talking, I clearly stated device, not phone. Admit it, you were done taking a shit.
I was not finished.
You were. Just admit it already, damn it.
I had been typing the sentence while it was coming out.
Well, if this is true, we could only decide as you were pushing the shit out. You wouldn't have known how much amount is coming out your ass.
This brings my conclusion that you were done taking a shit and looked inside the toilet.
Why would I look inside the toilet when I could tell myself the amount that I had released and so onwards? And to that scale, I could automatically tell that this is an abnormal amount.
That's a good argument, but...
What have you got to say?
If it was true you were taking a shit while you were typing of you taking a shit, exactly how would you've known without looking how much shit is in the toilet? No person can just exactly tell how much they shitted out. In conclusion, I think you're lying, Mr. Clary.
Plus, you forgot to tell us if your stomach hurts, what you have eaten, or if the poop felt wet.
Mr. Rails, that is irrelevant to the case.
I think that... So... I think that I could judge a big shit without looking. I think this person is not as in touch with their asshole, with their sphincter. I don't know. You know, you could also like say I'm taking a big shit right now. You could spread your legs. You know, you could spread your legs. I mean, I know guys, there's a little bit more of an obstacle there. You could lift them up. You could probably inspect. You could probably tell. You know, if you got like a double coiler, you know, if it's going around, you could probably tell. So yeah, what how did I'm sorry. I went on a big fucking rant there, and then I feel like I lost my point, and it ended up being a very stupid point. But what I'm trying to say with the fucking thing I was saying before is just, I think that it's bad that there's this large content sphere online that's profiting off of the abuse of people, that's profiting off of people with mental illness, that's profiting off of people with like trauma, you know? And it's not as though you can't make content out of that, but I think that the ethics, like there's no ethical guidelines here. It's not like YouTube cares about this content and the way that's being conducted. They don't care about the victimization that can occur from it, the re-traumatization that can occur from it. They don't care about it actually being damaging to victims for these gossip mills to spread all these rumors and shit like that. You know, people don't, it's like, I don't know. I just think that it feels gross. Let's see. What else can we get into? This is a good video. I'm gonna play the pro micro penis video. I really like the pro micro penis video. This is their best work.
Check on your friends who have a micro penis today. They are not doing well. It's never a good day to find out you have the Hitler disorder, the Hitler disease. That's never a fun time, is it? Hi, I'm Trash, and if you're asking, Trash, what the hell are you talking about? Then you haven't seen this article yet. So some people did a study where they analyzed Hitler's DNA and concluded that he had a condition called Kallmann syndrome, which is sometimes considered an intersex disorder, but it's a disorder of sexual development that is largely genetic. Essentially what happens is the part of your brain responsible for telling your body to...
Well, the connection to Nazism is the utility of, like, the use of othering. Like, the connection to Nazism is that if your only connection to left-wing politics is over the quote-unquote hard politics, the economy, or just being right, and you don't actually engage with your politics at all, you are fickle to fascism. I don't know. Maybe that was her point.
To produce the correct hormones, the sex hormones that you need for a variety of things, is underdeveloped. It's a little shriveled raisin, as is the structure right next to it, the olfactory bulb, which is responsible for processing olfactory information, which is your sense of smell. So what happens in Kallmann syndrome is people with the disorder, they tend to have, untreated, they tend to have a short stature, a lack of secondary sex characteristics, primary infertility. I
think it's really just that. If you just care about like if you're the sort of person that will consider it a mandate from the people for a person to be elected to carry out their will, if you're the sort of person that doesn't challenge authority inherently, if you're the sort of person who will be okay with state, like in the case of Bad Empanada especially, if you're the sort of online leftist who will make jokes about forcibly sterilizing people that you dislike, it just, you're not pushing back against the Nazi shit. Like that's kind of just that's really what it is. You're not pushing back against the Nazi shit, and therefore it becomes more normalized.
In males, this includes undescended testes, and in about 10% of cases, a micropenis. And in females, this...
Yeah, I would say like that video interspersed with my slightly coherent rants. Yeah. I would say that it doesn't quite... I think through the examples, if you're somebody who is already if you were somebody who was uncritical of those content creators, it would have given you something to think about. Yeah.
This is often, lack of period, amenorrhea is what that's called, and often undetectable or very small, underdeveloped ovaries when you look for them on an ultrasound, as well as sexual dysfunction, such as in males, lack of libido, erectile dysfunction, lack of performance, essentially. And in females, this includes sexual dysfunction as well, though doctors are less likely to care about that. But essentially, pain while you're having sex, lack of natural lubrication. It's, the pussy ain't pussying. Luckily, there's a hornet in here. That's great. I love that for me. I'm so scared right now. Okay. Luckily nowadays, we have a treatment. Okay. Luckily nowadays we have a treatment for Common syndrome. It's just hormones. You just get on some moans and it's fine. Though some people's treatment for Common syndrome is being threatened by anti-trans legislation, especially in people assigned female at birth who take testosterone, which many women with Common syndrome take testosterone. Every forum or Facebook group for women with Common syndrome is full of women telling each other to get on a low dose of testosterone, because it turns out when you don't produce hormones, you don't produce that either. And most women have up to maybe 70 units of testosterone, NG/DL. I don't know what those units mean. But most cis women produce about that much, and women with Common syndrome produce about 0, same as their other hormones. So their healthcare is actually being threatened by anti-trans legislation. Fun facts. But these treatments generally won't affect those with a micropenis. It'll grow some, but it won't grow to full size, probably. And back in the day, when we didn't have a treatment, or those who have delayed treatment due to late diagnosis, do experience a variety of symptoms that kind of last forever, such as short stature. And there is no treatment for olfactory dysfunction related to Common syndrome. You just don't have a sense of smell. Forever. Gotta take this jacket off. It's shedding. Ugh, I'm covered in hair now. This is what I get for buying vintage fur coats. So you can see a lot of people covered this study, which was done by extracting some of Hitler's DNA from a couch that was covered in his blood and testing it. The analysis found that he may have had Common syndrome, and that he was at a high likelihood for things like autism and schizophrenia, based on some data, which I don't know science, but from what I read, it was actually a pretty dubious way of studying this. Like, those markers are for overall population levels and not really for the individual. They don't really tell you the risk factor or likelihood of an individual developing those disorders, because those disorders are genetic and environmental. You can have all the markers for developing schizophrenia and never develop it. Same with autism, same with all kinds of things like mental health conditions, bipolar disorder, things that were listed in these various articles about this study. But what about the micropenis? This is a big feature of a lot of articles covering this.
I bet Trash's video looks like woke scolding to a fan of Vosh and Bad Abanada to it, but whatever. Yeah, it is woke. It's because what is the term woke scolding? Like, when you say woke scolding, what do you mean specifically? Because I've seen people use it in the way where they mean this person is critiquing, like, almost disingenuously. They are critiquing me on a narrow thing because it is not politically correct to say. And I think that's different than having a general conversation about how, like, I think it came off a little bit woke scoldy, I would say, in the sense that it's like, every time I look up if I look up into the left, I forget my thought. I need to stop looking up into the left. I think there's something wrong with my brain. But yeah, it came off woke scoldy in the sense that it talked about language specifically and not behaviors and, like, its impact. So it did, like, only point, like, it was a policing of language, but I think it kind of was wrapped in well to, like, how that makes you bad at your politics.
Hitler had a micropenis. He has a micropenis. Ha 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 ha. 1 in 10 men with Common syndrome, cis men with Common syndrome, have a micropenis. Did Hitler even have Common syndrome? So that's the first question that I asked. Did he? Because the genetic testing for Common syndrome is somewhat complicated. You can have some of the markers and have a perfectly functional olfactory and pituitary system, and definitionally, therefore, not have Common syndrome. There's also a variety of genes associated with Common syndrome, and people who have it don't necessarily have mutations or markers on every single one of those genes, and yet they still develop these symptoms, symptomatic Common syndrome. So this study basically just says that Hitler has risk factors for Common syndrome. There was evidence at the time. There was, like, a song that people would sing about Hitler having a small penis, and there was evidence that he had an undescended testicle, meaning he only had the one dropped testicle. One of them didn't drop. And those are symptomatic of Common syndrome. but we still don't know. This is just like wild speculation. We're doing wild genetic speculation. And worse, a lot of people are doing a lot of eugenics talk online right now, which I love to see so much love to see this about this disorder. It's great. It's great. It's great. This post suggesting that people should be tested for Kallman syndrome before being allowed to take public office. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Love it. That's not fucked up at all. It's not a fucked up thing to say. A lot of them are speculating that Trump also has Kallman syndrome, based on the testimony of Stormy Daniels.
Is like, is this, would you consider this woke scolding, right? To say like, oh, you're making a joke about testing people for office because of the, like, it's an explanation of the damaging nature of the language that we're using. And if I had to summarize this, I would say, like, the left doesn't understand, or those that do understand don't care about the language that they use when it comes to othering people, or when it comes to joking about eugenics, or like even deportation and stuff like that. Yeah.
Feels about him having
it's like, we don't understand the punchline of our jokes.
Micro penis, or like a very small penis. I don't know if that's true or not.
Better to demonstrate the community nature separately. I am a problem is that she lets bad behavior of head figures stand as a general description of the nature of the audience versus fan. It's a genetic fallacy. It's possibly. Let me think about it. Let me think back through the structure of like the video. I think the premise to that is that these figureheads are the ones that are making sport out of going after marginalized people. They're actively profiteering off of that. So they benefit from the fact that it's profitable, so they gain platform, they gain prominence, and they're like, you know, served more people, etc. And because of that, those behaviors are normalized, not through necessarily a prevalence in the community at first, but a part of that community can force marginalized people out. But it's like, it's late. Like, you're necessarily going to be served those content creators more, and if those content creators don't hold themselves responsible, they are necessarily not only going to normalize that behavior, but it is like necessarily going to benefit them more. I guess it's lazy. I guess it's lazy leftism, quote unquote. I don't know.
She did say that.
I'm not. My brain is not working that well right now, unfortunately.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I think it's very unlikely that this man has Kallman syndrome. People with Kallman syndrome don't have a sense of smell. That's like the main symptom. It's like the most noticeable, most debilitating symptom of Kallman syndrome, assuming that you're not trying to get pregnant, which a lot of women with Kallman syndrome are trying to get pregnant. And I'm so sorry that that's a really rough process for you. But for many people, not having a sense of smell is the most debilitating part of having Kallman syndrome. You have to have a bunch of natural gas detectors in your house. You're constantly afraid of house fires. You don't know if you smell bad, so you spend your entire like teenage years smelling like ass because you don't know. You're not aware of that. I initially misremembered a different news story that I thought proved that he had a sense of smell, but that turned out to be a complete misremembering. However, here is an article from The Takeout, which suggests that he only likes the pink and red Starburst candies. What does this prove, you might ask? People with anosmia can't taste the difference between these candies. All Starbursts taste exactly alike. How do I know this? I don't have a sense of smell. So, I did a lot of research, and here's hard proof that Donald Trump does indeed have a sense of smell. If he can taste the difference between these candies, he can smell. Period. I'm pure undiagnosing him. He's also like 6 feet tall. Which, yeah, if people get early treatment, then they don't end up with short stature. If you get treated like early enough before your growth plates close, you can be a tallie. I don't know why you'd want to be that. I'm just kidding. I do know why people want to be that. But yeah, he's tall and he has a sense of smell. Undiagnosed. But what about Hitler? Interestingly, there are reports of Hitler having a, basically he stank, he smelled bad. And unfortunately, that can be a symptom of people, when people don't have a sense of smell, they can have poorer hygiene because they're not aware that certain hygiene things make you smell bad. So like when I was doing things as a teenager, I was like, well, what's the point of this? This does nothing. It turns out it makes you not smell bad. How was I to know that? So I think one of the best articles I saw about this, it definitely wasn't the Jerusalem Post, though I did read that article because when you're digging for terrible discourse and bad takes, you got to go to the most fertile soil. But one of the best takes I saw was an article that actually interviewed a person who has Kallman syndrome about the condition. They were like, hey, they're saying Hitler might have this, but like, what is this? We asked a guy who has it. Seems like pretty basic journalism, but apparently not. Yeah, so Neil Smith, 55, explained, most people with my condition look completely normal, and the micropenis and undescended testicles aren't a hallmark of our condition. It's down to your genetics and how severe your syndrome is. And it varies in severity. In fact, some people with Kallman syndrome also develop facial deformities, bone deformities, things like that. Those are also rare. Are we going to say Hitler had cleft lip and palate because he had this disorder that's associated with that? No one would say that. Why would they say that? But yeah, in the same article, they quoted a scientist who said, we should be looking at whether Hitler had a sense of smell because that's the main symptom. As I said, that's the main symptom, the main noticeable symptom, the worst symptom. I mean, maybe some people with a micropenis would disagree that that's the worst symptom, but like, I think a micropenis still works. I'm not going to get into this again. I'm the number one defender of the micropenis community. They've got hands, they can figure it out. Totally still fuckable. You have there's other parts of your body. And this is not important. Anyway, Neil in this article says, like, the main problem is food poisoning. That's, like, the worst thing with Kallman syndrome is that all the goddamn food poisoning. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to show you some posts that I saw about this morning upon waking up. Me and my micropenis woke up this morning and read all of this. This is from Sammy Sam. So Hitler had Kallman syndrome, proving men with a micropenis are dangerous. When they get 47's DNA, and after they prove his genetic material has been all over rape kits for decades, they should test for Kallman. Mark Chadbourne, who has a check mark on Blue Sky, said, new research highlighted by AFP, DNA tests on Hitler's blood point to Kallman syndrome, which means he also had a micropenis. Maybe there's something in the tiny dick fascism crossover. IDK, just spitballing. Except it doesn't mean that. Only 1 in 10 men with Kallman syndrome have a micropenis, and a lot of men with micropenises are very lovely guys, who again, have hands and mouths. You can still be perfectly good at fucking. You can still be perfectly good at fucking. And you can wear a strap-on, too. It's not important. This one from Hylon187.47. DNA testing for Kallman syndrome should be mandatory for men seeking public office. I mentioned this one earlier, but holy fucking eugenics, Batman. Excuse me? There's just a bunch of lib eugenics takes that are like, has anyone checked the pedo president's DNA for this? Like, I've talked about this before, maybe. Or maybe that's a future video that I've been putting off editing. You do not, in fact, have to use eugenics, bigotry, misogyny, etc. You cannot actually use those to further leftist causes. They're not a tool that's useful for that. You'll never achieve anything by wielding bigotry as a weapon against the people oppressing you. If anything, you're just playing into their hand. You're just doing more eugenics on top of the eugenics. And they're just like lib take, like Kallman syndrome perhaps, he all but shouts it. These people don't.
And this kind of gets into the whole like destinoid fucking mentality that I hate. This idea that like, oh, when they go low, we go lower. So because right-wingers are engaging in these sorts of attacks, because they're using this sort of language and it's appealing to people, that we should also do that. We should appeal to the lowest common denominator instead of trying to like perhaps educate people on nuance or anything like that. We should only strive for simple answers, basically.
Don't know what Kallman syndrome is. They now everyone just thinks that is what you call someone with a micropenis. Like, oh, Kallman syndrome, that means you have a micropenis. There's been journalistic malpractice. going on here, and it's now everyone's confused. This person, and this was particularly disappointing, this is a trans woman who writes a lot of stuff. She wrote, this is a reply. Tomorrow I'm publishing a write-up about Hitler having Kallmann syndrome, causing a condition called micropenis, and how Trump exhibits some of the same traits. Weirdly. This was a hard write, trust me. Let me just show you some screenshots from that article. I'm just going to read this section. Let me just show you some screenshots.
For a second, you'll show me the screenshot. The dickless despot who built an entire empire on his own inadequacy. Let me paint you a picture of what Kallmann syndrome actually does to a human being, because this isn't just some footnote in medical genetics, it's the fucking blueprint for understanding how personal inadequacy metastasizes into genocidal rage.
From that article. I'm just going to read this section. The dickless despot who built an empire on his own inadequacy. Let me paint you a picture of what Kallmann syndrome actually does to a human being, because this isn't just some footnote in medical genetics. It's the fucking blueprint for understanding how personal inadequacy metastasizes into genocidal rage. Tell me about my disorder, Wendy. Tell me about all the genocide I'm going to do. Kallmann syndrome disrupts the hormonal signals that trigger puberty. Boys with this condition often never fully develop secondary sex characteristics. Their voices might not deepen properly, facial hair grows sparse or not at all, and yes, genital development gets arrested in ways that leave grown men the equipment of prepubescent children. Cool, I love being compared to a child. Cool. Yeah, that's not like a common thing for people with this disorder, and a thing that they rant about in forums that they're tired of or anything. Cool. Okay. Here's where it gets psychologically devastating. The brain knows something is wrong. These individuals often experience profound social anxiety, particularly around sexuality and intimacy. They feel fundamentally broken in ways they can't articulate, can't fix, and can't escape. Okay, you're describing gender dysphoria, because what a lot of people with Kallmann syndrome are experiencing is gender dysphoria. Some people with Kallmann syndrome who are more conservative might disagree with that, but they are. They didn't develop secondary sexual characteristics, and they experience dysphoria about it. And there's a treatment for that. Getting on some moans, gender-affirming care, which is just endocrine care. Then she basically just repeats like a Wikipedia article about what Kallmann syndrome is. This is disappointing. Professor King was explicit. You cannot see evil in the genome. Hitler's Kallmann syndrome didn't make him murder 6 million Jews. His elevated polygenic scores for mental health conditions didn't force him to invade Poland. But, and this but is crucial. I never like when people put a but after a sentence like that. Okay, back to this. The psychological impact of these conditions, the shame, the inadequacy, the feeling of fundamental brokenness, created fertile ground for the particular flavor of compensatory cruelty he chose. Not everyone with Kallmann syndrome becomes a genocidal dictator. Most live perfectly decent lives, but when someone with that level of personal damage gains access to power and finds a population desperate enough to follow them, the results are catastrophic. I feel like she was couching it here, like, no, his condition didn't cause it. But his condition totally caused it. Like, I'm sorry, men with micropenises are not inherently dangerous. They're not inherently bad. They're not even inherently bad at fucking. Like, come on. Leave the micropenis community alone. Leave them out of this. Leave us out of this. And the thing is, like, I want people to be able to have fun. I know people are having fun. They're like, ha ha ha, micropenis. Just yesterday, we were all joking about Donald Trump being the throat goat. We were joking about him sucking some dick. Sucking Bill Clinton's dick and probably various other dicks because he's bisexual. And I've always known that. I've always known Donald Trump was bisexual. I didn't say anything because the community doesn't need this. We don't need this. But it's been obvious for literally forever. Just look at him. I can always tell. But that was funny because we've all sucked a dick. We've all sucked a dick. And we can laugh about it. We can be like, haha, he sucked a dick. He's one of us. He's the throat goat. He met Nancy Reagan. Game recognized game. And we're all in on the joke. Because we've also done that. Every American has sucked Bill Clinton's dick. So it's fine for us to laugh about that. But you don't have a micropenis. You don't get food poisoning semi-regularly. Way more often than you would like to admit. And this is a community that's already kind of mocked and degraded a lot. The body positivity movement is for the micropenis community as well. Should have been anyway. So what all of these people are doing is laughing at a group of people who have a disability. They're making fun of a group of people with a genetic disorder, using eugenics language to make fun of a group of people with a genetic disability. It's not a fun joke about sucking a dick. It's not all fun and games anymore. We're doing bigotry. Okay, just a couple more skeets for you. Marwar, with a bunch of flags, says, new research reveals that Hitler had Kallmann syndrome and probably a micropenis. Authoritarianism starts small. Cool. Bob Kostick, he says, after analyzing Hitler's DNA, it was discovered that the dictator had Kallmann syndrome, which affects the development of sexual organs, creates low testosterone, causes abnormal genital development, and a lack of sense of smell. Oh, and yes, a burning desire for killing Jews, or to kill Jews. Yeah, cool. That's what this genetic disorder causes. All of these people, with this disability, they want to kill Jews. Yeah, totally. Come on. You're doing eugenics. As I said, I want people to have fun. I do. I want people to have fun. It's fun to joke about the president sucking a dick. When you've sucked a dick, we all know people who've sucked a dick. Do you know anyone with Kallmann syndrome? Do you know anyone with a micropenis? Do the people with micropenises in your life feel safe telling you that they have a micropenis? Telling you that they have a disorder? Would someone feel safe after you've skeeted about this, telling you that they have Kallmann syndrome? Telling you that Kallmann syndrome runs in their family, that many of their family members have it. Are you going to be normal about people with short stature and hypogonadism from now on? Yeah, I didn't write a script, so I guess in conclusion, do you think that people with a specific genetic disability are like inherently evil somehow? Because that's what these skeets are saying. These skeets are doing eugenics. They're not
calling them skeets. I can't take somebody seriously who calls them skeets.
Bothering to take into account that a lot of people have this condition. It's a rare disorder. It's very rare. But still a lot of people have it because there's a lot of people in the world. And a lot of those people are just normal. Or really cool artists like Little Jimmy Scott, who was a jazz singer, who didn't get treatment for his Kallmann syndrome because it wasn't easy to diagnose and get treatment for back then, who sang some really fucking cool jazz music because he never went through puberty properly, and he had a really cool, interesting voice because of it. And he had a really cool experience. He was 4'11", singing like jazz and blues with this really unique, strange voice and this really strange, unique physicality due to his differences, due to Kallmann syndrome. He didn't kill 6 million Jews, so why are you posting like everyone with his disorder is evil and a freak? And only 1 in 10 of them even have micropenises. And again, stop being so weird about the micropenis community. Like, come on. We could all just stop being so weird about this, and let's go back to making jokes about whether Obama or Trump is better at sucking dick. Because that was fun. That was fun. Let's all go back to making jokes about that, and stop being weird about this, and stop doing eugenics talking points. You can't fight bigotry with more bigotry. This isn't Godzilla versus Mothra. Godzilla and Mothra are dating and they're in love now. We gotta save ourselves. And this is not the way to do it. Anyway, I do think Donald Trump's better at sucking dick than Obama. Obama just doesn't seem like... I just don't think he'd be good at it. I'm just looking at him, these pictures of him eating these hot dogs, and like, sure, he can get a lot in there, but I just don't think he has like a good technique. And I think that Donald Trump does have a good dick sucking technique.
I think Trump would be hungry for it. I think Obama would be performative. Donald Trump would be like a fiend.
Like, I bet he's really good at it. Just like having seen a lot of interviews with him, I feel like he's good at sucking dick. Bill Clinton, however, is not a generous lover. Bill Clinton is not a generous lover, and I feel like this is a safe space for me to speculate about that. Let me know what you think. Thanks for watching.
So, that's Miss, I don't know what you'd call a they person, fucking, this, trash discourse. I don't know the word. Yeah, essentially, I understand if you have critiques for the video previous that it was definitely long-winded. Definitely got a lot into petty grievances with specific creators and their behavior. But what I think it highlights is just how blatant, I guess, a lot of these behaviors are, that these prominent creators that are considered people that a lot of people think are in the know, politically, don't necessarily seem to have values against espousing certain ideas that, if they did come to power, would naturally result in like more oppression. I don't know. It's a complex topic. I probably talked through much of that video essay. This is a video essayist. This isn't the sort of thing that I want to watch on stream a lot, just because I think that, like, this is the sort of thing where I want to highlight this creator because they're talking about things in a way that I don't think a lot of people are. Like the micro penis video. I think it's an interesting way to frame body positivity, that like if you're not going to defend the micro penis people and you're not going to understand that if you're for body positivity, you should probably also not make fun of, you know, the size of people's genitals. In the same grain, I don't think that you should use the insult incel. I think that using the term incel is actually not good as a leftist, because you are tying men's self-worth to their ability to have sex with women. Like language matters, right? Like humor is important. Humor is a way for us to play with language, and explore topics in like a lighthearted way. But that's not to say that the kinds of humor that we engage in aren't harmful, and that they don't perpetuate and normalize these ideas that certain kinds of behavior towards certain kinds of people are okay. And you can see that with like fucking Kyle Kalinske just had a fucking tweet the other day about like he was reposting about how, oh, look at all the people on X getting revealed as like Indian bots with like a racist caricature of an Indian guy, right? And it's like, you should be able to understand how, even if you're saying something about a group of people or even like a nationality, attaching that to a specific drawing that invokes like certain stereotypes, like it's drawn in a very, like I guess a very recognizably Indian way. It's like, especially because it was the stupid it's the Jews are posting meme. It's a variation of the Jews are posting meme as well. Like I know the lore of this, where it's like it's a Jewish guy behind a computer originally, and there's lots of iterations of it, but the point is that you're making a caricature of somebody. And it's like, this person doesn't seem to understand what it feels like to be depicted like that, I guess. Like, this person doesn't understand, I guess, how that would come across to somebody as, God, I'm so fucking tired. I'm tired of shit, guys. I'm gonna probably just go to fucking bed. I have a point, but I stayed up today. I probably should have just gone to sleep, but I decided to do a random stream. Just going over some random slop videos that I don't really want to put in a normal stream, but I thought were, like, interesting. I had more to say about it, at the beginning of the day. And the reason I streamed, so, like, I'm getting off my ADHD medication, but the reason I streamed is because I took my ADHD medication. And what I'm realizing is that I have worse ADHD on my ADHD medication, actually. The only thing that I suffer from when I don't take my ADHD medication is that I'm very fucking tired. Because the phenomenon of having a thought, getting halfway into it, and then not being able to finish the rest of it is pretty much just something I only experience on this medication, so. I think it's probably the same thing that Hutch is experiencing. If I had to say, like, his stream persona seems to be a Vyvanse creature. But yeah. Essentially, I do think it's a problem. I think that if we're going to, like, especially if we're going to critique Donald Trump based off of the language that he uses and suggest that that's indicative, like, if we're going to critique people, especially on the right, based off the language that they use, and suggest that the humor that they use especially is indicative of some sort of deep-seated belief, then we have to understand that we are creating a environment, if we're going to normalize that language in our environment, where people are going to kind of feel like, is it a joke? You know, and if it's normalized, it doesn't really fucking matter. Anyways, I don't want to ramble too much. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for coming out. I'll have a better planned stream next time I stream. I have a cool background now. Yay! Bye!